In the audience, we're waiting on some documents from the staff, so we're going to wait until we get all of those, and then we'll start.
Let's go.
How's the sound in the back? We had issues last time. Good? All right, excellent. So I won't sing for you then.
Oh, you can still sing.
My girls and I were listening to the Backstreet Boys on the way here. You do not want to hear that. All right, we're going to call this meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Grisilli.
Present.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Present.
Commissioner Gillette.
Here.
Commissioner Binkhurst.
Here.
Commissioner Ahern.
Here.
Absent are Commissioner Gomes, Neville, and Lyons. Present for staff are Todd DeMay, Town Planner, Designated Wetland Agent, Deputy Corporation Counsel Gina Verano, and Senior Planner Brian Pudlick. That is the roll, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. We are here on the continued public hearing. Mr. Dumais, do we have any communications or additional materials before we get started?
We do, Mr. Chairman. Before you, if I could back up one moment, this is a continuation of the public hearing. Well, let me read the request. So there's a request to withdraw application Inland Wetland 1205 for 1800 Asylum Avenue. That is a letter dated December 12th from attorney Robin Pearson, agent for WEHA Development Group LLC. And that is to withdraw the application, currently continue to hearing for 1800, item number 2 on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. Then on this, as I understand it, our action here would be to receive.
That is correct.
All right, so do we have a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to receive.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Do we have any comment?
None.
No. Any other comment? Let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, item is received. So just for everyone in the audience, I'm going to make the presentations they made the first 2 nights even shorter. But just to very briefly explain that we are in day 3 of the hearings here. One major difference is on days 1 and 2. The 1700 application and the 1800 application were being considered. As you just heard, the applicant has put in a request to withdraw the 1800 application. So tonight, we are just considering the 1700 application. And if you were here on the first night, we got substantially through the 1700 application, including the applicant's testimony, including the cross-examination by the intervener, as well as some public comment. So we have received, however, additional materials as to 1700, and there is going to be additional presentation on those materials tonight. So let me just explain the order of things tonight. And before I do that, just very quickly to remind everyone, while we are the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, we are also the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. Tonight, we are acting only in that capacity. We're not making any zoning decisions tonight. We're not making any planning decisions tonight. We are only acting in our capacity as the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. And the decisions we're going to be making tonight are going to be through the lens of our watercourses laws and ordinances. And just so everybody remembers that we have 2 parties involved in this. There is the applicant, which is normally what you see, but we also have what is called an intervening party. Both have rights in this to speak, and they also have rights to cross-examine the other's presentations. So there was cross-examination last time, and there will be an option for cross-examination tonight. So the way things are going to go tonight, and I understand we've received a number of very late materials that we are still digesting, that the intervener is still digesting. So it's going to start with the continued presentation of the applicant. The intervener at that point will have an option to cross-examine on the presentation tonight. We will give the intervener the option to defer the cross-examination until after public comment, so they have an opportunity to review. Then would come the questions by the commission. The commission at any time before the hearing is closed has the opportunity to ask questions. So, if they want to ask some questions then, and if they want to ask them again, fine. But they also have the same opportunity to defer questions. Next up then would be the intervener's presentation in chief. So that would be their case would be put on. In that case, then the applicant would have the opportunity to cross-examine that presentation. They also would have the choice to defer that until after public comment. Then there would be questions by the commission, so on and so forth with the deferrals. Then next up would be public comment. The way we're going to do public comment is how we've been doing it the first 2 days of this hearing, which is normally we take it in 3 groups, for, against, and neither for nor against, but we're going to be working off of a sign-up list. the public comments, the way I'm going to do it is, I noticed a lot of familiar faces from the first couple nights. We are going to put priority to taking those who haven't spoken yet at all first, and then when we would move through the list in order after that. And just to remind everyone who's speaking, we are trying to adhere to a 3-minute rule. Everyone has been fantastic about that. And so and it's really good to hear that. That doesn't mean you won't get an opportunity to speak again if you wish, if you have more to say, but it would be at the back of the line so that everyone has the opportunity to speak. So once we are done, once everyone has asked their questions, as I think I've said in prior meetings, but I want to remind everyone, we are up against a deadline. This matter must be closed. So tonight will be the last day of the hearings. The hearings will be closed tonight. However, it is possible that we will not deliberate tonight and take our vote. While the hearing has to be closed by the 15th, we do have the opportunity as a commission to take up to 65 days for deliberation. So just so everybody understands, normally it is our practice to vote on the same night, but it is possible that we may take advantage of that opportunity to integrate these, especially these new materials, and defer our actual vote to a future meeting, when we would have 65 days to do that. Our next meeting would be our regular public meeting on January 3rd. So that would be the first opportunity if we were to choose to defer. So once we close, that'll be it for the 1700 application. That's it for me. So with that, does the town have anything else before we start?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Just for the Commission agency's benefit, I went through this with the interveners just prior to this meeting. You referenced a number of late items and materials. I think it prudent to go through what was received, and I expect the applicant to cover those at the onset of their presentation. So before you, as late items, you have the following, and these aren't in any particular order. Most recently, you have an updated wetlands assessment report that's dated December 13th. This is an update to the report that's been revised throughout this process. You have an updated land stewardship plan from Stantec that was provided. You have an update to the stormwater management report that has a last revision date of December 8th on it. You have an updated Save a Tree inventory that includes both an inventory and an exhibit, a tree removal exhibit. You also have revised, updated full plan set, also with a revision date of 12/8. This is the plan set we've been working off and conducting the hearings, but there are revisions to various pages. You have an updated comparison plan that is noted as Exhibit 4.2. So that's a comparison of the proposed plan to prior iterations of the development. You also have a limits of existing pavement exhibit that's dated today, December 13th. And again, I expect the applicant to cover much, if not all of this, in their presentation. There's also an updated overall site plan exhibit, sheet C 1.020. There is also a conservation easement exhibit. And then there are updates to the wetland impacts exhibit. Those are exhibits 6A and 6B. Additionally, there are updated staff review memos. 4 memos, all dated December 13th, one from Dwayne Martin, Director of Community Development. This is a memo regarding findings of consistency with the special flood hazard area regulations. This is a zoning regulation for the Commission's acknowledgement and advice on consistency and compliance with that standard vis-a-vis the wetland approval. There's an updated staff review memo from me, the town planner, dated December 13th. There are updated staff comments from SLR, that is your third-party wetlands professional, also dated December 13th. And lastly, there are an updated set of staff review comments from Jason McCabe, Civil Engineer 2, regarding the engineering, stormwater, and other aspects on 1700 only. So that is a brief summation, just as a brief highlight for the Commission. All of these changes and last-minute submittals are largely in response to prior staff comments that were issued and/or comments received or issued by the agency during your 2 prior hearings or members of the public. They largely center around reductions in impervious coverage. These are the plan changes. And again, I expect the applicant to go over these, but reductions in impervious coverage in the upland review area, increased buffer enhancements along the wetlands, and some changes to pavement typing and the inclusion of a conservation easement restriction plan. These are achieved largely through reduction of drive aisle widths, reduction and elimination of parking, and a change of parking surface type to a pervious paver in limited areas. With that, that's a high-level overview and just a summation of everything that's new and received. And I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, to go to the applicant if there are no further questions for staff.
Thank you, Mr. Sube. Do we have any questions as to process from the staff? I mean, from the commission? No. Seeing none. Well, that then is the applicant ready to proceed. Please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again, for the record, my name is Matthew Bruton, a professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, employed by BL Companies, headquarters at 355 Research Parkway in Meriden, Connecticut. Sarah, again, will be helping me with presentation and following along with the mouse. I hope everybody got some sleep since last time. I feel like we just blinked and we're back. So Sarah, why don't you go to the first slide? So this is the site plan that you've all seen from the past few meetings. Just a quick recap on this, and then I'm going to stick basically to changes from the last meeting. So again, just for orientation, this is in the entire project, but we're going to be focusing on the right-hand side, which is 1700 Asylum. Orientation-wise, Lawler Street is to the top of the page, Asylum Avenue is to the bottom of the page, Trout Brook on the left-hand side, splitting the two lots, and St. Joe's University's off the page to the right where Sarah is moving her mouse. This is strictly going to be about the residential development and obviously the maintaining of the baseball fields, which you can see in the lower right-hand corner. So next page. So I'm going to pass out for the commission here just so they have a copy. I have a colored printed copy of this slide just so you can see it a little bit maybe better than what's up on the screen here. So as Todd referenced, we heard obviously based from the past two meetings from town staff, commission, and the public on concerns from this application. And so what we have here, what we're calling our reduced impervious site plan. So I'll walk through where we are from this slide you can see here, and then obviously we're going to get into greater detail as we go further into the presentation. So to start, impervious area within the upland review area has been reduced by 1.3% below existing conditions. So how do we accomplish that? So, in addition to that, this has created an additional 5 to 7 foot additional buffer to the wetlands and St. Joseph's Brook and this is pulled in from the existing curb lines of where Yukon's curb line is now. If you remember from prior meetings, we were matching that curb line, but we've pulled it in an additional 5 to 7 feet. So how do we do this? To be able to increase this buffer by about 9,000 like we did, we've reduced the drive aisles on the development from 24 feet to 22 feet. So basically, if you can imagine, obviously the right-hand side, which is where the wetlands and St. Joseph curl around, we squished everything in. We still believe that the 22-foot drive aisles are adequate for residential development for maneuvering of cars, and obviously it allows us to reduce impervious area. In addition to that, we've reduced a two-way aisle to a one-way aisle in the baseball parking lot. Sarah can kind of highlight that. You'll see that maybe a little bit more clearly on further ones, but this will allow full circulation within the baseball parking area, but it'll be clockwise in one area. We've reduced the lane that was closest to St. Joseph's Brook to reduce impervious area. In addition to that, based on a suggestion from the last meeting, the baseball parking lot is obviously a seasonal usage based on weather related to baseball season. So we took the opportunity to convert some of the striping, so the 21 parking spaces, 2 rows that Sarah will highlight with her mouse, to pervious asphalt. I know we talked about that not being a product that's going to be applicable across the site because of high groundwater and soil conditions, but given that the baseball field is seasonal, it's a good area for snow storage and not being used, so it does allow the opportunity for things to kind of sit a little bit longer and allow some potential infiltration potentially seasonally, but that also doesn't, we did not remove any of the stormwater management systems in the baseball parking field, so if infiltration is not possible, it's still captured by the catch basins and systems in that area. In addition to the conversion of a couple of those parking spaces, overall we've eliminated 11 parking spaces, 2 within the baseball field and 11 within the residential, mostly, 9 within the residential. Mostly that was related to the crunching of the drive aisles and the reduction of the one-way aisle. And then lastly, and you'll get a little bit more of this later, we've converted the sidewalk adjacent to the Champion Oak to a boardwalk. So next slide, Sarah. So this is a familiar plan that's just been updated based on what we just talked about. So it's an overlay of the existing conditions on site versus our proposed plan. So the thick red line is the existing limits of the Yukon parking lot as it sits today. And the blue is our proposed development, this reduced impervious site plan. So Sarah will highlight what we talked about 2 meetings ago. There were 2 areas that we were expanding beyond. In the lower area there, a little bit of the baseball parking lot expansion. And in the other area, a little bit further up, just a drive aisle for the full circulation around the building. But reminder that overall, the impervious area within the upland review area has been reduced by 1.3%. Sarah, you can jump to the next one. So again, this is a similar slide with one addition. So again, the green in the graphic on the left is the wetland areas on the property. The blue represents the upland review area on the property, and the small pink area represents our impacts. Again, this is unchanged, the numbers, temporary 639 square feet, permanent 116 square feet. And these are related to upgrading, replacing of an existing stormwater outlet. The new addition to this slide is obviously a picture that we have here in the lower right-hand corner of the status, the current status of this outfall. There's a larger picture further within the presentation, and Dean will go through some of that. But as you can see, it's very well unmaintained, buried within trees, a lot of erosion and scour and things happening there that this needs to be addressed. So we'll continue on, but you'll hear more about that in a little bit. Okay, so this has been updated as well. We obviously committed to, at the hearing, 2 hearings ago, obviously the desire for the applicant and developer to maintain and preserve this champion white oak, make it integral to the part of the project. And as we mentioned before, there was a desire from other boards to maintain connectivity and promote connectivity between the baseball fields, this development, and 1800. So as part of that request, we'd obviously put in a formal walk between the baseball fields and deeper into the 1700 site. But we heard your concerns about, obviously, the ability to put it in its location and still preserve the tree. So Sarah can trace with the mouse, but what we've done here is we've converted the walk to a boardwalk supported by helical piles. That's what Sarah's tracing right now. We still do show in blue here, that's the existing limits of the pavement for Yukon. The green is what we've done now. So as you can see, we're still moving the pavement further away from existing conditions, and we agree that that boardwalk option is a better way. In addition to that, we did have an arborist go out and review the tree and our plan to see if this location made sense. Based on his review of the tree and its current condition and our plan and the switch to the boardwalk on helical piles, he is supportive of this location. So it hasn't moved since you saw, but was converted with the stipulation that the arborist would be present during the construction of the boardwalk and he would be air spading to make sure that the helical piles would not be in conflict with any critical root system of the tree, which he said is around 1 inch, 1 inch diameter. Sarah, you can go to the next one. So this was obviously a theme from the first meeting and the last meeting. Obviously, we've revised the plans to coordinate tree demolition versus proposed. So obviously, in those, there's a lot of numbers on this chart, but I'll just give you a high level. Existing trees on site, approximately 517. We're demolishing, cutting down 133. Obviously, you can see some of those are in poor or dead condition. The goal is obviously adding a significant amount of trees. You can see we're adding 329 alone within the URA, 422 on the site. So in the end, total trees on site would be 939. So again, that's 517 now, 939 post-development. Next slide, Sarah. This is just an updated landscape plan. Chart has been updated based on some comments from the commission. Our landscape architect is here if you guys have questions based on that, but that has been updated to sync up with some of the concerns from the last meeting. Next slide, Sarah. Oop. Is there, can you go back? Okay. One other slide that I thought it was in there, but I can talk to. We do have erosion and sedimentation control measures on the plans, part of the plan set that was talked about at that first meeting. So those erosion and sedimentation control measures are based on the 2004 Connecticut Erosion and Sedimentation Control Guidelines. So the goal of those is to be installed prior to earthwork operations and remain in place until the site becomes stabilized. By stabilized, I mean, building, pavement, proposed landscaping is in and taken place. So the list of erosion control measures that would be implied by the contractor would be silt sacks, straw wattles, construction entrances, temporary sediment basins, temporary diversion swales, and concrete washout areas. In addition to that, obviously, we're looking for your approval on that plan as well, but that's not the only step. The size of this lot does require an application to CT Deep for construction activities. So that application would need to be applied for prior to construction. And as part of that approval, if we were to receive approval from CT Deep, there is an ongoing construction monitoring requirement for that application. And that would need to be done by BL companies during construction to make sure that the plan is being followed by our contractors to protect, obviously, the sensitive nature of the wetlands, the stream, abutters, and public roads. So I think that's the end of my part for now, but I'll be here for questions, and I'm going to pass on to our wetland scientist, Dean Gustafson.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Good evening, folks. My name is Dean Gustafson. I'm a professional soil scientist, senior wetland scientist with All Points Technology, Waterford, Connecticut. We'll start with some of the material we talked about at the first meeting, just to kind of refresh everyone's minds on what we have for existing wetland resources on 1700 Asylum. So the main feature is St. Joseph's Brook, which flows from the northeast to the southwest, diagonally across the site, separates the large Yukon parking field from the ball field development. That stream has been straightened and channelized historically. There is significant armoring within that stream, both in the channel and the banks. And at the southern reach of that stream, there are a couple of concrete weirs, essentially drop structures that drop a foot or so in that stream corridor. And that really precludes any type of significant aquatic organism movement from the kind of Tripe Brook system into St. Joseph's Brook, including fish passage. It really precludes that. So that with those historic developments and disturbances within that riparian corridor, it has affected some of the typical functions and values that system can support. But it does obviously have some function and value, and its principal functions and values it could include flood flow alteration, local habituated wildlife habitat, and sediment and toxicant removal from the stormwater inputs further upstream within the watershed of this system. Also in the northeastern corner of this parcel, adjacent to the existing large parking field, is a relatively small forested wetland habitat that feeds into St. Joseph's Brook on the adjacent parcel. That area is, as I mentioned, primarily forested, mature forested habitat. It has a relatively dense understory. It's pretty much, that feature is dominated by native species in the understory, but there are some invasives along the fringe, particularly on the fringe of the parking field. And those invasive, particularly woody invasive species, are more dominant within the St. Joseph's Brook corridor. Next slide, please. So these two photographs kind of show typical conditions of the development within the stream system. The one on the left shows an area where there's a large culvert discharge from the ball field development into St. Joseph's Brook. And you can see where there's a large pile of riprap that's been placed in there to help armor that section of the stream, both for the flows within the stream system and also the discharge from that large culvert. The photograph on the right shows one of the concrete weirs that runs all the way across from bank to bank, still at St. Joseph's Brook, and that creates a significant drop from the upstream system down to the downstream system. So that's really an impediment for any type of fish or aquatic organism movement. Next slide, please. This is a repeat of what Matt talked to earlier as far as what the project's regulated activities are. We have only one small area of direct wetland impact. The permanent impact is 116 square feet. As you can see in the photograph in the lower right of this slide, that existing discharge point is eroded. It's undermining the armoring that was historically placed within that discharge point. You can see the bottom of the photograph, the riprap has been moved a little bit further downstream. And the side banks of that dug channel, drainage swale channel that runs down to St. Joseph's Brook is being undermined as well. You can see exposed roots. There's essentially a tree sitting on top of the culvert that's, will not have long-term sustainability because of that condition and the erosive force. So we're restoring that existing outfall with the improvement to the stormwater management system. And so if you think of one alternative to try to avoid this direct permanent impact, you might consider trying to pull back this outfall location further inland. And that may work for moving the outfall further away from this feature, but at the end of the day, you'd still need to restore this because this is an unstable condition. It's an eroding condition. It will not get better without some restoration. So at the end of the day, even if with that alternative being considered, you'd still end up with 116 square feet of impact at this particular area. So we feel that this is the most prudent, feasible alternative is to restore this poor condition. It'll help protect in the long term discharges that lead down to St. Joseph's Brook, because at this point there are ongoing sediment depositions that are impacting the water quality to St. Joseph's Brook. So the project will correct that deficient situation. Next slide, please. The Met had made reference to some of the improvements of pulling back the development and reducing impervious surface. We actually now have a improvement to the overall impervious surface within the proposed the development in the upland review area, and there's actually a 1.3% reduction of impervious surface. So we have a positive gain by introducing new pervious surfaces within that critical 150-foot upland review area. What that has allowed us to do is you recall my discussion from the last meeting with respect to the overall wetland mitigation plan for this project, we're proposing a variety of enhancements to the buffer zone that separates the existing parking field from the riparian corridor, St. Joseph's Brook, and also to the northeast to what we call Wetlands 6. And with the changes that have been recently made, we're taking advantage of those new areas within the upland review area to provide additional enhancements. So that resulted in an increase of 9,180 square feet of additional buffer enhancements. So we're now at a total of 87,230 square feet, which is a fairly significant area for providing buffer enhancements within the riparian corridor, and provides additional function of value to what is primarily maintained lawn within these existing upland review areas. So this will be a significant benefit for this riparian corridor for St. Joseph's Brook. It'll improve water quality, it'll improve wildlife habitat, aesthetics, a number of functions and values that buffers typically provide. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of the total mitigation that we're proposing for 1700 Asylum Avenue. We're looking at a significant mitigation to impact ratio. When you look at, we only have 116 square feet of direct impact. We're looking at a very significant number for when you total up the two wetland creation areas, the riparian enhancement areas, wetland restoration areas. You're looking at a ratio of 55 to 1, which is a fairly large number for a mitigation ratio. Generally speaking, for these type of wetland habitats, typically you're looking at maybe 3 or 5 to 1 ratio for mitigation to impact. But we understand the sensitivity of this riparian corridor. This project provides an opportunity to provide those enhancements and take advantage of the opportunities that we have to increase both the buffers and improve the existing wetland conditions to compensate for the project's unavoidable impacts. So I've touched on this before, mainly for 1800, but it follows a similar train of thought for alternative analysis that we've performed for 1700 Asylum. And we looked at now, including the plan that was previously before the commission and that has been recently improved upon with the tonight's submission. We've looked at a total of 6 different alternatives to get to tonight's preferred alternative plan. As you can see in this concept plan that we looked at initially, we were looking at a fairly aggressive and expansive development. We're increasing direct wetland impacts significantly from the 116 square feet that's currently proposed, as well as limiting the amount of buffer between the proposed development and St. Joseph's Brook and Wetlands 6 to the northeast. Next slide. This alternative plan, which was the next in the progression of alternatives that we reviewed, we removed one of the buildings, we removed a driveway to Trout Brook, and the reconfiguration of the parking field in support of this development program was altered slightly to sync up with this development plan. Here again, we're looking at a fairly significant amount of resource impacts between the wetland resources themselves and the upland review area. Next slide. This third alternative removed another building, and we also shrunk the associated parking fields for this development. But here again, in particular, you can see that if you look most notably in the northeast corner and then kind of the southern portion of this development, there's still very little buffer being provided for this development. And we're encroaching well beyond the existing parking field limits of development. Next slide. So in this scenario, an alternative, we looked at an option to remove the baseball parking area to try to limit the amount of activity in the upland review area. There's still a fair amount of encroachment in the upland review area, and limited buffers being provided to both St. Joseph's Brook and the wetland 6 up to the northeast. And this would, this plan really precludes the ability to enhance some of the upland review area, some of the buffer areas. So in summary, the various alternatives that we've looked at, we've progressively minimized and avoided direct wetland impacts and also encroachment into the upland review area. Particularly, we tried to hold the existing developed limits of the large parking field and reduce those impacts to one essential area, which I had noted earlier for the existing stormwater outfall, that still requires some type of restoration. The buffers have been expanded significantly from our original plan alternatives, and we've used that opportunity to provide significant enhancements within St. Joseph's Brook riparian corridor and surrounding wetland systems. And we feel that this provides a comprehensive mitigation plan to promote health for the existing wetland and stream systems and provide an appropriate level of buffer between the proposed development so that no long-term or permanent impacts to that wetland resource would occur with the preferred alternative. So we heard some concerns about from staff and the commission and public about trying to provide some permanent protection of St. Joseph's Brook and the surrounding wetland systems. We had originally proposed a stewardship plan, but we understood that there was interest in providing more permanent impact and perpetuity. So we've proposed a fairly comprehensive conservation easement that encompasses all of the wetland areas, all of the wetland enhancements, the wetland creation areas, the buffer enhancement areas, as well as the champion oak and the surrounding land of that feature. So we feel that this provides a good fail-safe for the commission and the public to feel comfortable with this project, that those resources and the enhancements to those resources will be protected in perpetuity. And I'll hand this off to Attorney Pearson. Thank you.
I would, Robin Pearson, attorney for the applicant, for the record. I'd just like to make a few findings for the record with regard to the considerations that you will deliberate upon as you make a decision on this application, and also, obviously, just to have the opportunity to respond to any comments that might be made by the public that require us to elaborate on what we've presented before you this evening once that portion of the presentation has been finished. But with regard to the findings that you have to make through your regulations under Section 10.2, I'd like to say that first and foremost, the environmental impact of the regulated activity on the wetlands or watercourses as we've presented them to you are frankly all positive. The only direct impact is that outfall point that's an existing outfall point into St. Joseph's Brook. We are proposing to upgrade and restore and that system itself as it empties into the brook, and obviously to stabilize the brook from erosion, which is clearly currently undergoing. We previously had on this site, or have existing today, 5 direct outfall points to St. Joseph's Brook, and 4 of those have now been removed. So we've improved the direct impacts on the site through elimination of those existing outfall points, should this be approved. We've stated to you mostly during the earlier presentation, but clearly water quality is going to be improved if this application is approved. And that means that the water quality from the existing paved parking area now will be treated to comply with state standards where there is currently no treatment of surface water emptying from that parking lot directly into St. Joseph's Brook. Finally, there's approximately 500 square feet of wetland creation, buffer enhancement, and riparian enhancement in the regulated areas that will take place if this plan is approved. Importantly, 59,100 square feet of that is direct wetland impact. So in terms of the environmental impact of our regulated activity and doing the work to upgrade that wetland area, that almost 59,000 square feet of wetland area, that is a direct impact in the wetlands, but it is a positive one. It could be eliminated. That would serve no purpose and benefit in terms of the wetlands on the site. When you consider this under section 10.2b, you must consider the purpose 4 in this application and any feasible and prudent alternatives to the proposed regulated activity, which would cause less or no environmental impact to the wetland and watercourses. There is no prudent and feasible alternative, or feasible and prudent alternative, to the only direct wetland impact proposed other than that mitigation I suggested, to the upgrading of the existing outfall point in St. Joseph's Brook. So even if we eliminated that direct impact now, which is 116 square feet of direct impact, permanent, you would have about the same amount of direct impact if you were to move that outfall further away from St. Joseph's Brook, to be able to repair the brook at that location, restore it, and do anything that would help stabilize the erosion. You're still going to have that same permanent 116 square feet of direct impact. So that's not a feasible and prudent alternative in our mind to say the application should be denied because of that requested outfall point in St. Joseph's Brook. So we'll be fixing a degraded situation, and the trade-off, there is no negative or positive trade-off if you were to do it by pulling that discharge point back. There is no evidence in the record, as far as we are concerned, that any of the activities within the upland review area on the proposed site will negatively impact the wetlands. To the contrary, the overall wetland mitigation proposed, and I'm talking now about that outside of the direct wetland area, but in the upland review areas, will clearly enhance the function and the environmental health of the riparian corridor and the buffers that are up against that area in the URA and in the wetland itself. We noted earlier in our presentation tonight that we're going to be adding 329 new trees alone in the upland review area. We're removing invasives. There'll be ongoing oversight in the upland review area, as well as in the wetlands themselves, for the remedial work that's going to take place, including removal of the invasives and the planting of the native and wetland species in that area. That oversight's going to go on rigorously for the first 5 years, annual reporting, checking, fixing, and then from years, and this is after the work is completed on the site, and then for years 6 through 10, there will be ongoing checks and analysis to make sure that things are as they should be and are well established. And obviously, if there are issues, they will be dealt with at that time. We also, in terms of impacts of the development in the upland review area, we have now reduced the amount of impervious that currently exists in the upland review area by 1.3%. And that's a new number as of this afternoon, and it's certainly a positive number that we hope you keep in mind when you make your decision. In terms of short-term and long-term impacts on the wetland and watercourse, as the activity is conducted, There is some temporary disturbance in existence in addition to the 116 square foot of permanent direct wetland impact, but as we've explained, the benefit to the brook is a positive one with fixing that existing outfall point. In terms of other impacts, the temporary mitigation work to clean up and significantly improve the functionality of the wetlands will have a positive end result with a much improved wetland area of 59,100 square feet. So I think it's fair to say Dean said 55-to-1 ratio, which is the ratio of mitigation direct impact of the work within those wetland areas to the 116 square feet of wetland that's going to be disturbed in the stream bed is very positive. I think I've never seen a ratio like this in any presentations I've been involved in over the years. It is a credit to the applicant, really, that this kind of investment is going to be made in this existing corridor and the wetland areas on the site. So I think it's fair to say that what's being proposed as part of this, with no negative impacts, is truly a rescue story for these wetlands and St. Joseph's Brook itself over 1,700. We've already examined the relationship between the irreversible loss of wetland resources by the proposed regulated activity, which is that 116 square foot permanent impact at the outfall point. But the regulations suggest that we should look at some other things in a little more depth, including the extent the regulated activity will foreclose the future ability to protect, enhance, or restore such a resource. And I think it's fair to say in this instance there is certainly no foreclosing of any opportunities. It's a benefit. It doesn't mean nothing further can be benefited in the future. What mitigation measures might be considered as a condition to issuing the permit, including but not limited to, you're supposed to consider whether or not there's anything else that would prevent or minimize pollution or other environmental damage from what's being proposed. And I would say with the work that we're doing in the direct and in the upland review area, the work that's been doing to mediate to restore those wetland areas certainly is significant. The planting of more trees with a gain of 555 trees overall on site, 388 new trees in the upland review area alone go towards answering that particular question. We are maintaining or enhancing the environmental quality through the stormwater improvements that we're making. And in terms of restoring, enhancing, and creating productive wetland or watercourse resources, we have provided extensive testimony on the unusually expansive mitigation program proposed. Other things you have to consider are the character and degree of injury to or interference with safety, health, or the reasonable use of the property caused or threatened by the proposed regulated activity. There is no evidence that any of the work that we are going to be doing in that brook or restoring the wetland areas themselves will have any health, safety, or other injuries associated with that work. There is no evidence of increased flooding that will result from what we are proposing. We are going to be either maintaining or reducing the amount of flood storage capacity on the site. Certainly flooding as a potential safety issue is one of the things the neighbors and the public seem to be most particularly concerned with, and we appreciate that. But there's no evidence that there will be a negative impact as a result of what we're proposing. There is no evidence that removal of the tree, the number of trees that we are proposing will have a negative impact on health or safety. Indeed, as we've indicated, we're adding more for the site than exists today, substantially more, and there is no health or safety issue associated with the removal of the trees that will need to come down in order to complete this plan that we're proposing. There is no evidence that reduction of the impervious area within the upland review area either, which is the work that we're going to be doing in that upland review area, will negatively impact health or safety issues. We also have to, as do you, look at the impacts the proposed regulated activity will have on wetlands and watercourses outside the development area, as well as future activities associated with or reasonably related to or made inevitable by the proposed regulated activity, which may impact wetlands or watercourses. So what we've shown you is that the downstream stormwater impacts will be improved. That's because we are handling and stabilizing erosion at the outfall point, and we are cleaning the water that is leaving this site from the current stormwater situation that exists of all that water leaving the paved surface and going into both groundwater and directly into St. Joseph's Brook. And we've also indicated again that flood storage capacity will be equal to or less than current conditions, so there will be no downstream and or impacts outside of the regulated wetland area as a result of this. Another thing you have to look at is whether the impact of the proposed regulated activity will have deleterious impacts for wetlands and watercourses as a result of the development activities within the next 5 years. And the answer to that, again, is with the stabilization of the outfall point, we've certainly ensured that there will be no further erosion in that stream over the next 5 years because it will be stabilized. That's not the case if that activity doesn't go forward. And with regard to the work that we're doing within the mitigation effort within the wetlands and within the upland review areas associated with those wetlands, the removal of invasives and extensive wetland plantings will enhance in many ways the function of the wetlands on the site. There can be no doubt about that. So I think Dean just recently went through it, but I just want to underscore that we have shown that a feasible and prudent alternative does not exist that would be necessary for you to impose on the applicant with regard to the work that we are proposing to do. We've talked about the outfall point and how it's not either way. There is no discernible increase in impact of the wetlands as a result of the design that we've got. And we have indicated to you that we'd be willing to put a conservation easement on the wetland areas. We would assume that that's going to be in conjunction with, work something out with the town planner to have an easement that would certainly allow us to do the work that needs to be done in the wetlands themselves and in the upland review areas that would be within that conservation easement line that we have suggested. We are willing to do that. I'm sure you want to make sure that it provides the opportunity for that work to take place. I suppose one thing that could be done would be to remove the parking that is closer to the ball fields, which is something we have worked very hard to keep in place so that there is not going to be, even though it's outside the limits of the existing paved area of the parking lot on the site now, the public benefit that is served by providing that ball field certainly outweighs any potential perceived benefit of eliminating it and increasing a setback from the wetlands at that location. And frankly, there's no evidence in the record that building out that ball field will negatively impact the wetlands or the watercourses at that point. So for all those reasons, and going back to, and I won't go through them, you have the purposes behind your wetland regulations, why you have them in the first place, at the beginning of your wetlands section, and we did talk about it at our first public hearing. We think this application is really all in all, when all it's said and done, an extremely positive one and very beneficial for the wetlands and watercourses on this particular property. So with that, we welcome your questions and look forward to having an opportunity to respond to any of the comments that are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just go back to our schedule. So, as I discussed earlier, the first thing we're going to do is give the intervener an opportunity to cross-examine, but also give them the opportunity to defer if they wish.
Mr. Chairman, prior to the start of this meeting, they did request to defer, to prepare, having time to digest the new information that was presented.
Okay. All right. Then, are there any questions from the commission? Yes, Mr. Lett.
I have some really rudimentary questions. First is, there are little boxes on the plan on the northeast side and on the north side, and and I'm assuming those are garages. Are there are you building garages?
Yeah, there is standalone carport garage structures related to the residential development.
Are they carports or are they garages?
I don't know the exact architecture of them at this point. I don't know if they've been fully developed yet, whether they're fully enclosed or open, but they are
Okay.
for covered parking for residents.
All right, and I guess, so you don't know what the foundations are?
There would need to be a foundations, whether it was carport or garage, slab on grade spread footing.
Okay, so it would be the same,
Same for either.
well, except if you're building an enclosed garage, you have to go down 4 feet on the edge.
I think we'd go down 4 feet no matter what, just for frost protection.
Okay, so you're gonna have, all right, a 4-foot foundation. And that brings me to my question about the buildings. Building D has a portion of it that's in the upland review area.
Sarah, can you go back to the site
building
plan? Sorry, I'll just have her switch to the plan so we can all see.
And building C, well, that was kind of like the one I was looking at. Here,
That one.
That one's
yeah.
good.
Yep.
That's in the upland. What kind of foundation are you putting on the buildings? Because currently there is asphalt underlay, which is gravel and stone dust, etc. What kind of a structure is going underground in conjunction with that building?
Yep. So we obviously haven't done building design yet or done borings related to structural components, but they would. All these buildings wouldn't have a foundation, so it would be a slab on grade, and then obviously the supporting structure. So the baseball fields that are now, or the parking lot that's now there, the pavement, and then the substructure, depending on the geotechnical analysis, the pavement obviously would be removed, potentially milled and reused. Same thing with materials that are there. If they're deemed poor, they would be over excavated and new structural fill would be put in place to support the new foundations.
Right, no, I'm talking about the foundation to the building.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
You're going to have a 4-story apartment building on a slab.
That is very common.
There'll be no basement.
Nope.
Geopiers? Yikes. All right, the next question that I did have too is, and it may be on the plans, and I probably would have looked right over it, is you talked about we have the excavations of the stormwater piping that you're putting in, but I'm assuming as part of this project, you are also laying in sewer pipes and water pipes and all of those kinds of pipes that are not there now because people aren't there now. But, and how deep are those pipes? How big are those pipes?
Yep, so great question. Yeah, so you're right that obviously all these buildings would need to be supported by existing utilities, so water, sewer, gas, electric. All of those utilities are available within Trout Brook, right? So they'd be going out towards the street, not towards the upland review area, wetlands, St. Joseph Brook. Wouldn't make sense to chase anything in that direction. The depth of those obviously depends, but anywhere from, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9 feet deep, depending on the existing structures. But yeah, they'd be going out to the road. Size of the services vary. Water would be, anywhere from probably 6 to 8 inch diameter for fire protection line. Sanitary sewer could be anywhere from 8 to 12. Gas is smaller, maybe 3, 4 inches. Electric's obviously conduit, so. But they would have, again, to Trout Brook away from wetlands and the brook.
Okay, but I mean, the upland review area does edge on the Trout Brook side of the lot, obviously. It's cut off from Trout Brook by the road. Can't get very excited about that. Then my other question was, you're doing a lot of this work. Oh, well, here's one of the things, looking at the cut and fill map. If you're doing all this cutting and filling, why do you still end up with a wet spot on the corner of, is it building C?
You're talking the top building?
Yeah, it seems to me you are leaving a spot that is exactly what you are eliminating on 1800 that was created by itself. Why aren't you filling that in?
So Lawler Road, which is obviously the top of this page, that wetland, the dark green that
Right.
Sarah's highlighting. So the grade from Lawler to that building, right, as Sarah's drawing that line, the grade comes down naturally to that building, right? So the water basically flows out of the wetland towards that building. So we have a depression, rain garden, stormwater structure adjacent to that building to capture water that leaves that wetland and then pipes it into our system, and it ends up back in St. Joseph's Brook. So it's a cut in that area to protect the building.
No, I understand why you put that in there. I'm just, is it because it is so close to the wetland area that you don't feel, you aren't going in and filling it?
We're only
Because
cutting
the
in.
corner's just right up against the
Yeah,
edge there.
we're only cutting in that area to keep water from sitting up against the building in a stagnant condition. The topography is pushing water towards that building, so we're cutting in that area to divert water away from the building, outside the wetlands.
Okay. All right, and with the wetland mitigation, and you talk about, and I'm very glad to see, I'm looking forward to studying it more in depth, the eradication of the invasive plants and perhaps the planting of more native species. You own the other side of the brook, too. Are you doing anything on the ballpark side, or is it just on one side? Because it seems to me that might
I'll pass that to Dean.
be a little counterproductive.
Yeah, Dean Gustafson. So our enhancement plan for St. Joseph's Brook includes the entire riparian corridor.
Oh,
So
so
it's
it
on
is
it's
both
on
sides.
both the east and west sides of St. Joseph's Brook. And that's what
Okay.
that's what's depicted in the plans as well. But it's
All right.
a great question, because yeah, it wouldn't make any sense to just stop at the brook on our side.
And let
Treat
all
the whole thing
All
and
right.
improve it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Questions?
Just as a follow,
Mr. Kaplan?
Just as a follow-up to that, Mr. Gustafson, does that imply then that the invasive species management through time, 1, 2, 5, 10 years down the road, will also include the land on the other side, on the east side of St. Joseph's Brook, not just in the riparian corridor, but also outside of that?
So there is a very narrow upland vegetated area that separates St. Joseph's Brook from the ball fields.
I appreciate most of it's ball field. I mean, it's
Yeah, the development comes pretty close to the wetland edge. Having personally delineated that section of St. Joseph's Brook, there currently aren't any plans to treat that narrow zone. It is part of kind of the maintenance of the ball fields. Some of the landscape maintenance in there is utilizing that area as well. We noticed some leaf piles and whatnot. So it's a fair, like I said, it's a fairly narrow corridor. If there's interest from the commission that we should treat that area for invasives as well, I think we would accept that as a condition of approval.
Would you agree that if invasive species sort of seed into that area, that could become a problem for the rest of the property, or do you not see that as a concern?
It's a concern, but it's not a driving concern with restoring this kind of riparian corridor. Most of the invasives are within the woody understory, within the actual wetland jurisdictional boundaries. That's where we'll have essentially the greatest bang for the buck, removing those invasives, planting with natives, for like long-term stability of that area. So we have in our performance standards for that mitigation plan to do some initial treatment, replant with natives, and then we have a very active 5-year monitoring plan where we're monitoring twice during the growing season of each individual year of that 5-year period. One of the standards that we look for is reoccurrence of invasives coming back in. A lot of these invasives have historically established this area because there was a lot of disturbance both within and proximate to this corridor. With the establishment of these densely vegetated buffer zones and then planting heavily within the actual riparian corridor, those will help kind of push out and also shadow some occurrences of invasives coming back into that area. And that's really what we want to do, is get it back to a stabilized situation where at least the invasives, you're never going to get rid of the invasives 100%. That's never going to happen, pretty much in any environment, but particularly an urbanized environment like this. So our plan is to try to control them to a sustainable level. We have a performance standard of keeping it at 20% or less for invasives for aerial coverage. That'll allow the natives to get back a strong foothold and dominance of that area. And so allowing for just a minor amount of invasives really kind of recognizes the fact that you can't eliminate them, but we can control them. And that will provide a sustainable riparian corridor that's dominated by native species that'll do a much better job of supporting particularly wildlife within that corridor.
I guess I have two follow-up questions to that. One, could you describe the monitoring plan for the invasive species? Does that include just sort of going out and surveying what's there, or does that also include people pulling out oriental bittersweet or multifloral rose by hand or what, during that time period? And I guess my other question is, I appreciate the rigorous monitoring that's going to happen for 5 years. Attorney Pearson in her presentation made a distinction between years 1 through 5 and 6 through 10, and I guess I'm curious if you could sort of describe what that change is. I'm curious what happens, in your opinion, after year 10. Do the native species that have been planted, are they strong enough at that point where they're keeping invasive species away, or are the invasive species then coming in once nobody's paying attention to them anymore?
Those are great questions. So the first, as far as what the general plan of attack for initially controlling invasives, is to use a stump cut and treatment with an appropriate herbicide. This is something that's approved by DEEP for use in essentially aquatic environments, so it doesn't have deleterious effect on aquatic organisms in case there's some overspray that reaches the water surface. And those herbicides are actually allowed for use in open water features. So we take that conservative approach to minimize secondary effects for wildlife, particularly anything that's living within the stream system. We use that technique mainly because most of the invasives within this corridor are woody shrubs and vines, and they're fairly mature. So we're using a stump cut method, minimizes the amount of ground disturbance, because if you pulled up every mature multiflora rose, Asiatic bittersweet, you'd be looking at a significant amount of soil disturbance. And the issue associated with mechanical removal, not only beyond creating a potential erosion and sedimentation hazard to the riparian corridor, is that unless you remove every last little rootlet, there's a chance that it'll resprout. So you spray, within 15, 30 minutes of cutting the surface, that herbicide gets translocated through the cut surface and works its way into the root system and kills the plant. When we look at subsequent observations and monitoring of those areas, we do look at potential root sprouts, and also there's probably some seed source stuck within the wetland soil that have seeds from these invasive plants. So you sometimes will get resprouts. The subsequent years, after this has been implemented, years 1 through 5, we monitor that carefully. We do vegetative plots to determine what kind of aerial coverage is of any resprouts or reoccurrences of invasives. If there are just small little areas of saplings, we'll utilize some mechanical methods, just hand pulling to remove those. If they're kind of like widespread, we'll do a low volume aerial spray to knock those back. And then for looking at the overall sustainability of this area, so we have performance standards in place. So we're held to some standards. It's like, have we achieved those standards after year 5? Say we're at 25% invasive coverage. We haven't sustained that. We haven't satisfied that performance standard. So that monitoring period will get extended for at least another year because we need to treat. Maybe we need to do some supplemental plantings. There's a potential that could occur beyond year 5. It could be occur that active management could occur beyond year 6 potentially. And we have those performance standards in place specifically for that reason, so that we just 5 years, we just like, all right, we're done. And then, good luck to the wetland system. No, that's not how. That's why we set up the performance standards. And that's that's a standardized requirement for any mitigation plan at the state and federal level. So that's why we apply it, since most municipalities don't have their own mitigation standards. So we utilize something that, other agencies, particularly at state and the federal level, utilize for developing these mitigation plans, which in my career, I've been involved in numerous ones at that level. So that provides the commission, the agency, with some assurances that, we're not just done at year 5 unless we've satisfied those performance standards. We do inspections in the spring once things leaf out and bud out in the spring. We do an inspection then. And then we do another inspection towards the end of the growing season, just to see how things are going. Are we still looking at good plant health overall? Are we dealing with any significant mortality of any of the plants we put in? Do we need to take corrective actions, do some replanting, maybe do some supplemental invasive treatment? We keep those lines of communication open with staff during those monitoring years. And at the end of that monitoring period, we do a formalized report that gets submitted to the staff. But we do keep the lines of communication open as we go through. We do a spring inspection, reach out to Todd, give him just a quick email summary, or if he wants to come out with us as we're doing that monitoring. We've done that before in other projects. We keep him apprised of all right, things are looking good, or we have just a small little problem area. This is what we think we can do right now for corrective action, so we can be better shape at the end of the growing season. And those are the type of ways that things progress with these mitigation plans. Yeah, you're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask a follow-up clarifying question. It was the start of Mr. Kaplan's question to Mr. Gustafson.
Proceed.
Sarah, if you could bring up, I think sheet C 6.623. So that's the wetland mitigation plan that most clearly shows the St. Joseph Brook. I want to make sure I understood Mr. Kaplan's question and then the answer by Mr. Gustafson. So we were talking about the east side of St. Joseph Brook, and Mr. Kaplan, I believe you asked about any monitoring on that side of the brook. So this was in the plan set, Sarah. I don't know if you have access to that. For the commission members, it would be the 1700, the full-size plan set.
The new one.
The new one, yeah, that's the one I pulled. So that's sheet C6 2.3. I'll give it to Mr. Gustafson so he can follow along. C6.623. So I just want to clarify the extent of that what you would agree to in terms of the monitoring on the east side and/or treatment you had discussed. Based on this plan, there's a foliage line outside of the top of the riparian corridor and bank. Are we limiting that discussion to that area hatched and planted, or is it slightly past that to the east towards the ball field? I just want to clarify that issue.
Yep, no, thank you. So per this plan, the limits of the mitigation area are coincident with the jurisdictional boundary that forms the eastern side of St. Joseph Brook. But I conceded that if it's in the commission's interest to include that narrow upland strip between the jurisdictional boundary and the ball field, we'd happy to include that as part of the overall plan for invasives removal.
Thank you, Mr. Gustafson. That's very helpful.
Mr. Kaplan.
Mr. Gustafson, you do seem to have a particular interest in trying to prevent native species proliferation, and I appreciate that. But who, after these hearings close, we don't necessarily know who has control over who's going to be doing this work. I don't have any idea. Who does end up doing this work?
Who's the guy?
Who does the monitoring, et cetera? I appreciate your willingness to look at that thin strip, and maybe you guys would have done that anyway. But some other landscaper or architect or what have you gets hired down the road, and they leave a thin strip of multifloral rows along between the ball field and the riparian corridor, 5 years from now. How does that play out?
Yep. No, another great question. So in our wetland mitigation notes as part of this plan that the commission may approve, we've actually noted who's responsible as the wetland monitor to oversee both implementation of the plan, essentially the construction, invasive removal, planting of natives, making sure that it's being held in accordance with the approved plan, as well as the 5-year post-construction monitoring. So our All Points technology has already been assigned that. It's in the notations of the plan and would be promulgated in your approval if you approve it by noting the project plan. So there's some assurances there that a qualified professional is going to be monitoring that. Now, as far as the actual landscape contractor, I don't know who that will be, but we've worked with numerous ones across the state. We provide references and recommendations to the general contractor once they get on board for the project, if they are looking for someone with more specialized knowledge so that they understand where the invasives are. But we've also trained landscape companies throughout the state on making sure that we're working with them shoulder to shoulder and identifying where the specific invasive species are that need to be treated. One of the mechanisms that we use, and we're on site when they're doing this work, like I said, shoulder to shoulder. For instance, for invasive removal for the cut stump treatment method, we have them add an agricultural dye to the herbicide, so that visually you can get a clue that yes, they went through and they treated that, so we can get a visual confirmation that that treatment was done. So that's generally how these type of mitigation plans roll out, as far as making sure there's a qualified wetland professional who has experience in doing these plans. We've actually, in this case, we've developed this plan. We'll be monitoring, making sure that the contractor, whoever the landscape contractor is properly implementing it.
In that regard, who chooses where the plants come from? Does the landscaper choose that for the native plantings, or would your firm, as the landscape architects, be choosing that?
So,
and just for clarification purposes, the reason I'm asking the question is because native, non-native hybrids, though many people often assume those are natives, don't always provide the same benefit for native flora and fauna in the area, particularly pollinators. Many pollinators are confused by native, non-native hybrids, and that can actually become a problem for local wildlife. And I could see landscapers not necessarily being able to make that distinction the same way a professional may do that. So if you could just provide some clarification on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yep, I'd be happy to. So we actually have some notations in our wetland mitigation notes to that point directly, in that the landscape contractor generally is the one who selects the source of the plants, but they provide us with the order slip from the nursery for review and approval before delivery. I can tell you many times landscape contractors will also reach out to us to ask us for suggestions on where the best nurseries are to source these. And you're correct that the planting of natives and restoring these habitats, both upland and wetland habitats, has become a bigger business over the last decade, 20 years. And nurseries have responded by providing actual native species. But you're right that some of there are some cultivars of natives that are out in the marketplace as well. And so that's why we request that the nursery provides us with an order slip with the actual scientific name as well as the common name, so we can vet out some of those, some of these native cultivars that are utilized by landscapers for, other overall planting schemes, either for residences or commercial establishments. And, in those areas, it may not make that much of a difference. For something where we're trying to restore a natural habitat, a wetland habitat, a buffer habitat, we really want to hone in on actual native indigenous species to Connecticut.
Just for the benefit of the public, I think it makes a difference anywhere, but I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions?
I have a question.
Yes. And then-
Could you go back to the picture of the big tree? The big oak tree that you plan to save? There it is. Okay. Refresh my recollection as to the actions that you're taking to prevent that tree from dying.
Sure. Yep. So the goal from the design standpoint is obviously to move things away, right? So the blue line on the graphic you see on the right, and Sarah can trace it with the mouse, is the existing limits of pavement of the Yukon lot now. The green line that Sarah will trace next is our proposed line of pavement. So you can see that we're pushing it back, around 20 feet further away from the tree to help with the separation from the actual trunk and obviously root system. We've also changed the proposed walk that Sarah can trace with the mouse from a concrete pathway to the boardwalk with helical piles. But most importantly is that the arborist would be on site during construction to monitor the actual construction of the boardwalk. And specifically, they'd be doing air spading. So if you can see in the photo in the middle, this is a prior air spading with the prior application. They basically, it's like an archaeological dig. They're moving the soil around to identify the critical root system that would be falling, in these areas of construction. And the goal is to make sure those helical piles are the ones that are actually penetrating into the ground, aren't hitting any of those critical root systems. And the arborist has explained to us that 1-inch diameter roots are really the ones that they're trying to avoid. So the arborist would be on site during construction to help pick and select the locations of those piles to make sure that none of the construction of this path, which we think is important for the connectivity, but doesn't affect the preservation of the tree.
What is the path made of?
It'd be a boardwalk, so it'd be a elevated wooden path.
Why is there a car that close to the tree?
Why is there what?
There seems to be an automobile. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what angle that picture was taken, but obviously you can see from the blue line where Sarah's tapping, depending on where that was taken, the parking is quite close to the canopy of the tree right now.
How close?
The parking right now is within 50 feet of the center of that trunk. We're proposing to push our parking further away from the current limits of the parking.
If you look at the aerial photograph, the top view on the left-hand side, you can see how close the pavement edge is to the
Yep.
champion oak.
Yep. Good point, Dean. So we're looking to expand that buffer, that pavement vehicular activity further away from the tree
Further away.
than it currently exists.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Binkhorst. Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Binkhorst, just as a follow-up
Sure.
on, since the plans just came in for Commissioner Grisilli and any members of the public, sheet C1 5.21 provides a detail for what that boardwalk would look like and how it'd be constructed. I think this is something that Commissioner Gillette had asked at the last meeting, carried forward in staff comments. So that is on the revised plan set on sheet C1.521. There's a detailed cross-section of the boardwalk trail. And it's right in the middle there.
Sarah, can you zoom in?
You can see the
Yeah.
detail. Since my mic is still on, I'd also like to point out for the record, in response to Mr. Kaplan's questions, those details and notes are included on sheet C6.625. That was Mr. Gustafson's response regarding the monitoring who's assigned in the mixture. So you'll see those in those response notes. They're probably hard to read in the printed set, but in the digital set, you can zoom in and read each of them.
I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, can we go back to the Champion Oak slide one more time? I appreciate what you're doing with the boardwalk and the elevated and the helical piles and everything, but I still do think it's possible to cheat it over further towards that blue line and still make a nice pathway to where you're trying to get to, just to keep it further away from the oak tree.
Sure, we'd be willing to nudge it over further
Yeah.
to help ensure greater separation.
Okay. So that was one. And in response to the monitoring period, I saw it written one area, it said years 1 through 5, 6, and 10. Now it sounds like we're talking 1 through 10. So just for the record, what exactly are we committing to?
No, very good point. Thank you for picking that up. I should have clarified that during some of my early discussion in the monitoring. So it's true that for our monitoring of the all the wetland mitigation areas, including the buffer enhancement areas, we do active monitoring through years 1 through 5, also 6, and then year 10. Now, as I indicated earlier, if we're finding that after year 5, there are some issues with meeting the performance standards, that intensive monitoring will continue on until we achieve that standard. But we've also set up year 6 and year 10 for monitoring as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You're generating something on the order of 10,000 cubic yards of excess fill that's coming off this property. The disposition of that fill is where?
The total export would, about 10,000 that you said, would have to be trucked off-site.
Okay. And then you testified earlier something about the reuse of asphalt millings. Is that a true statement?
That's a possibility. As I said, we haven't done geotechnical investigations related to structural. So it's something that it's always looked at in terms of being able to reuse that material on the property. In terms of rebuilding up pavement areas, I'm not going to say it's guaranteed to happen based on the quality of it and the other underlying soils, but something that the geotech would consider as part of his evaluation of foundations and pavement.
Okay, I'm not sure the current reuse criteria for asphalt millings, whether that's permitted in the state of Connecticut, is clean fill. Are you?
I am not.
Okay, so please make sure that it is if you do in fact use it.
Sure.
Then I had a couple questions. Is the tree detail that you gave, the table that you updated, thank you for the added detail. What I was looking for also was which ones are going and which ones are staying. Because there's still a couple discrepancies on, if you go to the tree removal detail. Furthest to the, are those X's? Yes, those are all X'd out. The ones furthest to the south, for example, those are in an open area. There's no parking lot going there. I'm not sure why those are being removed.
Yeah, so you're talking about the southern tip, again, adjacent to the baseball parking
Yeah,
field.
yep.
There are areas of grading and wetland recreation there, so some of the trees are being removed, not as part of replacement of pavement, but because of grading operations or storm piping, things of that nature.
Okay, and going back to the tree removal diagram again, what about the trees along Lawler? There's quite a few X's up there as well.
Yep, so there are, obviously there's some parking that's pushing towards that area, but there's also, as you remember, we are expanding, there's no public sidewalk on on our side of Lawler, so the expansion of a connecting sidewalk within the right-of-way that then turns into our property eliminates a lot of those trees, not maybe sometimes directly with the actual path, but the construction of the path and the grading to match existing grades.
Okay, but you'll try to preserve whatever you can. is the
Absolutely,
aim.
yep.
Okay. Ms. Gillette mentioned the garages or carports or whatever we're building. There's one that's square. Does not look like a garage.
Oh,
Is-
you're
is
talking
that?
about towards the back, towards
Correct.
St. Joseph's Brook. Yeah, there is a maintenance shed enclosure for the maintenance of the property as well. So that is not a actual, a residential parking structure, but more for landscaping, ground crews of maintenance of the site moving forward.
And what might be stored in there in the way of gasoline and chemicals, et cetera?
I do not know the answer to that question, but obviously we had it before, if you remember, in prior iterations, closer to the Champion White Oak on the bottom of that building. Sarah can point where it was. We have shifted it away from that area to create more buffer to the Champion White Oak. But obviously the building would be enclosed and we wouldn't want anything to spill outside of that would potentially leak into the drainage system or directly into that. So, we've been trying to pick a place that would be least detrimental to that.
But that is directly upgrading the wetlands should something leak out of the garage, correct?
It is upgrading of the wetlands, but again, it's curbed, right? So anything would
Okay.
flow into the parking lot first. It wouldn't flow directly into wetlands. Obviously, we'd have to use best practices in terms of spill control and have trained professionals to clean that up if that were to occur on the property.
Okay. In terms of snow removal,
Yes.
where's it all going to be stored on this site?
Yep. So obviously, we all live in New England, so we know we can have no snow or we can have a lot of snow. So the goal would obviously be to pilot within interior landscaped islands. We could also use the baseball field parking lot as expansion area since that's a seasonal use. Obviously, any excess snow may have to be trucked off site because the goal is not to be able to push that over the curb, over the edge, and into the wetlands because that's picking up grit, grime, things that we don't want directly in there. We want that to melt and go through our stormwater management system.
You did read my mind there. And the same question with regard to dumpster locations. Are they going to be adjacent to the buildings or somewhere remote on site?
Yep, the residential operator is saying everything's going to be enclosed within the buildings. So we do not show any exterior dumpsters in this plan.
Okay. To the west of Building B, you show a rather large, wide sidewalk of like 10 feet. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, so we're trying to, I guess, obviously connectivity between the surrounding neighborhood, the remaining baseball fields, and the 1800 site. We obviously want this to be connected well. Similar to how we have the extension of Trout Brook Trail on the 1800 side, we wanted to mimic that feel on this side to come back down through the residence. The residents can use to come back down to the baseball field, parking, and then again over to the baseball field. So we understand that there is some events that the baseball fields hold that are quite large in terms of maybe Special Olympic events, and we thought it prudent to have a little bit extra excess in terms of that to match the
It's
trail.
directly to the west of the building. It seems sort of out of place. There's no parking it's connecting to, or even a neighborhood for that matter.
Right.
So that's why I was questioning. And along those lines in that same area, I noticed that you do not have any trees to the west of that building. Is there a reason for that?
I think there's maybe not any major trees in that area, but there are shrubs and plantings in that in front of the facade. But if you're looking to have us, Sarah can go to that plan maybe.
That one shows some trees there.
That one shows some trees, yeah. But to your point, we can, if you're looking to have us reduce the width of that walk, we'd certainly be open to that suggestion.
That's up to you. I just did look out of place. Do you conceive of this project potentially moving forward before 1800s, presuming you get approval?
That is possible, yes.
Are there other infrastructure issues between the two properties other than the intersection? Storm, sewer, electric, anything that would be compromised if you went ahead as a sole development?
No, not to my knowledge. Obviously, the traffic light, the driveways would be a shared amenity between the two. But all utility connections would be standalone to service the buildings from the existing road. Wouldn't be piggybacked on anything from the other side. So it could be a standalone project.
Okay. Well, not germane to the wetlands, is the intersection going to be constructed if you do this separately with a traffic light?
Yeah, I know it's not a wetlands issue, but yeah, the size of this development would trigger the need for a traffic signal, I think, regardless of whether both projects move forward or just this one.
Okay. We also talked about, when we first talked about 17, was geotech borings and construction dewatering, and that this is not part of this present permit application, correct?
Yeah, so we haven't done geotechnical borings in terms of, obviously I mentioned before, structural design for buildings. We do have erosion and sedimentation control plans. I don't know the reference of the plan number. Maybe Todd can help me out with that. But we do show, as I spoke to you before, temporary sediment basins and temporary diversion swales. There's two that were proposed on the plan. Maybe Sarah can bring them up here as well. So those are obviously calculated and placed on the downstream chime adjacent to eventual outfall to the wetlands and St. Joseph's Brook. The goal is obviously to have the contractor utilize devices like that in place to discharge water while earthwork is happening. The same thing would be required, obviously, for dewatering. If we're doing deep foundations and there needs to be dewatering, they'd be pumping into something similar to that, using dirt bags, things of that nature, to make sure that the discharge does allow sediment to settle before eventually the water discharging offsite. So erosion control is part of the plan. Obviously, there's a little bit of means and methods with the contractor as the site is constructed.
Okay, and just going back to one of my earlier questions, to be clear, you said that the 10,000 cubic yards would be trucked off-site. You do not mean to the 1,800 site, correct?
No. I mean, it could. That could be in a destination, but if that one doesn't move forward, it could be elsewhere.
That's a vague answer.
It'll be trucked off-site. I don't know the final destination, but we haven't accounted for it on 1,800. Is that better?
Okay. I think it's fair to say you don't have approval to store it on 1,800 at this juncture?
Nope.
Okay. Referring to SLR's December 13th letter, hot off the press, I'm referring to C2, design measures that would minimize the potential for further stream impairment from the 2004 Stormwater Protection Manual. The potential for over-detention or other measures to minimize post-development peak rate 2-year storm discharge to the brook is an outstanding item. Is this something you've actually addressed, or is it still an outstanding item?
Well, as you've mentioned, it's hot off the press, right? So I can talk to it now. So the design of the stormwater management system accounts for obviously water quality, hydrodynamic separators, things of that nature. More importantly, as well, is obviously detention, right? We are obviously increasing impervious, and we want to make sure that the mitigating the flows offsite don't exacerbate any flooding on-site or off-site. So we are reducing flows off-site in 2, 10, 25, 50, 100 for all events. The requests for the reduction of the 2-year storm by 50% is something that we looked at. It's not incorporated for a few reasons. To eliminate that much water, you would have to do either two things: rely on infiltration into the soils, which, as I've mentioned before, isn't possible. Poor soil conditions, high groundwater. The other would be over detention, way more than we have with the reduction that we've proposed. The problem with that is over detention holds the water longer on our site before discharging at St. Joseph's Brook. That allows floodwaters of St. Joseph's Brook to rise, which would coincide with the discharge from our property, which would exacerbate flooding problems in the area, which we know is a concern that we don't want to happen. In addition to that, as I mentioned before, we're trying to reuse existing outfall locations on the property. As Robin mentioned, there's about 7 now. A couple are piped, a couple are leak-offs. We're trying to obviously maintain those to not increase direct wetland impacts. To reuse those things and to minimize those isn't possible. We'd have to create over detention enough and be chasing grade. We'd actually cause more direct wetland impacts. So we're reducing all the storms, we're minimizing direct wetland impacts, and we're avoiding exacerbating flood problems. So we were able to reduce it, but just not by the 50%. And I believe the second half or mixed in with her response is about the morphology of the stream. I'll pass that to Dean because that's more of a wetland side of things than an engineering term, but I can have Dean step in on that aspect of it.
Sure, thanks, Matt. So one thing to keep in mind with respect to this recommendation within the stormwater manual, and it is a recommendation, it's not in the statute, it's not in anyone's regulations, is that it was initiated to maintain natural stream morphology. That was the intent of the goal. Connecticut wasn't the first to develop that standard. It's been developed in other states firsthand, and that was the original basis of a natural stream system, has a natural meander to it, has natural kind of bank and channel morphology. And you kind of think of a typical stream has more of a sinuous, snake-like route. Within those bends, the outside has a higher velocity during normal stream flows. The inside is a lower velocity where there's deposition. And so you try to, and that's a natural stream dynamics. You try to retain that when you're increasing, particularly when you're increasing impervious for a project. In this case, we're actually decreasing impervious for this site. So I think that's one factor that kind of mitigates that comment. The other one is that we're dealing with an highly altered and man-made stream corridor. It's a fairly straight channel. It's heavily armored, both by stone and concrete, both within the banks, some of the reaches of the banks, and within the stream bottom. So that kind of those existing hard surfaces within the stream system protect that. Now, as Matt had mentioned, that for all the design storms, we're not increasing flows. We're reducing. For the 2-year storm, we can't get it down to 50%, but we're still reducing of the 2-year storm. So based on all of those conditions and considerations, we feel that this improved stormwater management system will protect the existing stream corridor for St. Joseph's Brook.
Okay, thank you. I just have one last question. I asked it the last time with regard to 1800 is the 2024 stormwater regulations. And if you could just talk about your design in comparison to that.
Yep. So as I mentioned before and was mentioned at the last meeting, those regulations are out there. They're not in place until I believe March of 2024. So there are some differences between the regulations in terms of higher TSS removal standards, considerations for nitrogen and phosphorus. What's not included is stormwater, the actual rainfall amounts. So we use NOAA Atlas 14. So we are using the latest and greatest. Those are not covered. So the size of our systems and the placement of our systems do account for the latest and greatest rainfall data. So in respect to reducing storm flows 2 through 100 and the flood, which I've already spoken about, no impact upstream or downstream, nothing will change. The new regulations will have stricter standards than what we're currently showing.
Are there stricter standards in the way of infrastructure, like size of pipes and detention and none of that?
No, it's just water quality.
Okay. And then my last question.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to provide some additional information on one of your other comments with respect to, some of the recommendations in the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. As Matt had mentioned earlier, this project will require a stormwater general permit from Connecticut Deep. That'll go through a full engineering review within their department as well. So with respect to some of your comments and questions on the stormwater management system, what we just talked about as far as the 2-year design storm and stream morphology, that'll also go through a technical review. For some reason they disagree with our assessment, we'll have to deal with those comments, but it may give you some additional assurances that there's going to be another set of eyes. Folks that have engineering, technical, design experience at the Deep Stormwater Group will review this in high detail.
Okay. My last question goes to the feasible and prudent alternatives answer that you have. And again, I brought this up for 1800 that, it seems like your alternatives analysis was your initial pipe dream, followed by a series of step back developments in response to comments. So it doesn't seem like a very unbiased assessment of various alternatives that could have been done at the site. And so I was hoping you could just speak to that a little bit as to, were other things considered, not necessarily single family housing per se, but elimination of one or more buildings or elimination of the building up against Lawler. What controls that in terms of coming up with this particular design? For instance, like all those other designs you proposed, presumably, in your professional opinion, it wouldn't impair the wetlands. Yet, I think contrary to everybody's opinion, now we've pulled it back significantly because of people's concerns. So just if we could speak to how we arrived here and what unbiased assessment of feasible and prudent alternatives did you actually consider?
So I think, obviously the process, if you've worked on our side, is obviously the goal is the developers to start somewhere, right? And this is what we started with. I think where we ended up is obviously the best case scenario, right? As we mentioned, we have a very small direct wetland impact area, which is the outfall and the maintenance of that area. Whether this project moves forward or not, that really should be done, right? That's a system that is failing on that end and needs to be done. In terms of the upland review area, we're now in a spot where we can say that that's been reduced as well to impervious area within the upland review area is done. So I think it took a while to us to get to that point in terms of getting input, obviously, from the public, the boards, and other parties outside of this forum to get to that point. But in terms of the plan that we have in front of you, that is our really prudent and feasible alternative. We have to do that maintenance of that pipe regardless of this development, and the proposed development reduces impacts within the upland review area, and all the improvements that we're proposing to do in terms of stormwater improvements and wetland mitigation have really just grown and grown and grown as we go through the process. So we've not only reduced the development, but we've added in benefits that we believe would be hopefully looked upon favorably by this board.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute recess. We're at about the hour and a half mark, and then we'll pick up with commissioners' questions. Thank you. All right, we're going to come back in. We are going to continue with questions from the commission. I believe Ms. Gillette had her hand up.
Yes, please. If you go back to the drainage, I think it was C3.022. Because I was able to read some of that. Yeah, that's good. Is the dashed line box with the drainage pipes coming out of it, it says that that is a subsurface detention system with chambers, a storm trap, and that it's at an elevation of 94 and will have a bottom elevation of 90. So it's fairly deep. Obviously, it's bigger than most of the parking spaces, and it is in that sort of zone of wonder around the tree. What is that? How big is it? And how disturbing, how close to the tree? I mean, I got my boardwalk here to not disturb the roots. And I'm just curious as to try to understand what that is.
Yep, great question. Yep, so it is a stormwater management system, right? So it is subsurface, so it's underneath the parking lot. Storm trap is a precast concrete system.
But it's not just underneath the parking lot. It also extends out to where.
Right. Yep. So it's not limiting it to parking lot. It's underground. You're correct in that assumption, and it's used obviously to detain stormwater before releasing it. As Sarah can trace it out, discharging out within the upland area there. So elevation 90. I don't know. Let me see if I can look a little bit closer at the grade.
That was the bottom, and the top is 94 something.
Yeah, so the excavation would be obviously a little bit deeper than 90 to obviously put it on a a structural fill that could support it. So yeah, you'd be looking at kind of 5, maybe 6 foot excavation in that area. Obviously, it's outside of the existing canopy area and past the boardwalk. We could look to shifting it in other locations, but yeah, we think it's far enough away at this point to protect preserve the tree.
Just sort of attach a note for the arborist to examine the placement of that and the depth.
Absolutely.
The other, while we're there, the other question, and I keep forgetting to ask this, is where the garage is, and there's a dark line with little jaggedy things behind the garage. What is that? Is that a wall?
It is.
What kind of a wall?
It's a retaining wall. So it would be, precast or, Versalock. There's a couple different products, but there's a great difference between the residential parking and the baseball fields that we have a wall in between that, in that landscaped area. So it's behind that, garage area in between the two parking stalls.
Well, okay. All right, I don't know, I'm just kind of not seeing, and this was another question I had, I'm not seeing it on the elevations. On the cut and fill sheets, it has the elevations. Are those the elevations after you have cut and filled, or are they the elevations of what you are cutting and filling?
So the cut and fill exhibit compares existing surface to proposed surface, and it
with the colors.
Yeah, it gives you the difference between. So some of them are fill, you'd see the plus sign.
Right.
Cuts are negative. So it's comparing final surface to proposed surface.
But when I'm looking at the contours,
the darker ones
are the contours on that sheet, are they what will be after you have cut and filled, or are they what are there now?
Yeah, so they're both on there, but the darker ones that you see, and I see if they're, these are cut and fills that are required to achieve the proposed grading, which are the darker lines.
So are they existing? I don't understand. When I get out my little magnifying glass and I'm finding 97 and I trace it all around with my pencil so that I can see what that is over here.
So Sarah, can you just trace
what's
like
there?
the contour 94 that's adjacent to the building there? So that contour, for example, is elevation 94. That is a proposed elevation 94.
Okay, so it's
So below that, you can
proposed.
see to achieve elevation 94, in some areas in red, we need to cut to get to
Right.
94. Some areas in
Okay.
green, we're filling to get to elevation 94.
Okay, so it's what you are going for. It is not what is there currently.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Another question, I wanted to ask you about these parking spaces in the baseball lot, and I believe they're the ones that are shaded a little darker. There are 2 rows of them.
Yeah, sorry, you
think
probably have to go back
that's
to
the
the colored plan.
21.
Yep.
And have you determined what your kind of surface you're going to be using for that?
Yeah, so I know there was discussion about this at the last hearing. I know we were talking mostly about 1800, but in this case, we're looking to obviously maintain it as a paved lot that obviously has curbing and the stormwater infrastructure. But we saw the value from one of your recommendations, since it is a seasonal lot, that this could be used in a longer term for maybe snow storage and would have the ability to try to force some infiltration in some seasonal instances. So we've decided that those 2 rows that are kind of closest to the the brook and the buffer, we would use pervious asphalt. So it's something
you're
that
talking about pervious asphalt. You're not talking about gravel or
No.
the tracks. It's pervious asphalt.
Yes.
Oh, well, you might want to think about that because it has a very bad record of heaving with frost heave and et cetera.
Right.
It's
Right. Obviously, the maintenance would have to be a little bit different from the rest of the asphalt parking lot, but a gravel.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying there are other pervious surfaces that really are much lower maintenance and less prone to frost heave. But I did question why you didn't do more of it. Why not more of it?
We could do more of it, and we'd be open to a product suggestion, except gravel, right? I think that's a little bit messy in terms of maintenance, and we wouldn't want,
Right.
that I think becomes a little bit more of a nightmare than asphalt. But if
And certainly the travel lanes in the parking lot, you would assume that those would be asphalt, so it's not the whole lot. But there are a lot of spaces there that are not going to be used at any time that need to be plowed per se, and you can plow the lanes, and it can still be used for snow storage.
Well, the goal of putting them in parking stalls instead of the drive lanes is that could be actually
Well,
used for
you-
snow storage and still have
Circulation.
circulation for
Right,
if someone were to
right.
come here and want to snowshoe or walk in the area, right? So the goal would be able that you could put a snow pile in a parking stall, allow that pile to melt over time throughout the season, and it could either go through the pervious material
Right, I
or
guess-
it could melt into the stormwater management system.
I guess what I'm saying is that somebody who comes and wants to snowshoe, although frankly, there aren't a whole lot of places to snowshoe to there, but okay. You snowshoe over to the baseball field. I guess what I'm saying is more of the parking spaces could be the pervious surfaces with, yes, the regular asphalt as the drive lanes going through.
We'd be happy to include more.
Okay, I think that's something that we ought to be incorporating as much as possible into all of our parking areas. And granted, sitting on clay, it's not enormously successful, but it's better than.
Yeah, I would say we'd be open to incorporating more of it within the baseball because it is seasonal,
Oh, yes, I'm just
not
thinking
the residential
just the
aspect.
baseball.
Yes.
I'm talking about just the baseball. But in the other parking lot for the residents, are the tree wells within the parking lot, are they curbed or are they sunken?
They are curbed.
They are curbed. Did you consider sinking them, making them true tree wells where the water flows into that area as opposed to is kept away from that area?
It was a consideration, but again, the soil conditions and the high groundwater of, in some cases, a foot below existing grade, we didn't think it was prudent to have stagnant pools of water adjacent and in close proximity to parking spaces. We want to get this into pipes and treated and out to St. Joseph's Brook, as opposed to having stagnant pools of water, in the parking lot.
Well, I don't really care if there's stagnant pools of water in the parking lot. I don't want stagnant pools of water killing the trees. Are you considering the health of the trees when you're saying that it can't maintain normal runoff? Do you really believe that the trees that you have listed there are going to grow with the groundwater and
I can
the
have
rest?
I can have our landscape architect talk about the tree selection, but in terms of the stormwater aspect of a recessed island, obviously stagnant pool of water is usually a concern because it's a mosquito breeding habitat, and also if the water isn't infiltrating and used as a primary source to get water off the paved surface, then it has the ability to flow into the parking lot and puddle in the parking lot, potentially freeze in the parking lot. So there's a little bit of that icing safety maintenance issue with tree wells when there's poor soil conditions. So from a stormwater standpoint, we wanted to kind of stay away from that.
You're right. Okay, all right.
Can you tell that to my wife? No.
No. Well, he's right. Okay, thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
Mr. Kaplan.
Just two short follow questions. First, relative to something Commissioner Gillette just asked about the notation to the arborist for that stormwater detention system, relative to making sure that that's not going to impact the oak. Can the same notation be made for the drain line coming off of that detention system into the
Sure.
into the brook? And the second question, Commissioner Binkhorst was asking about the maintenance shed. Is there any reason that maintenance shed can't be moved to the northwestern portion of the parking lot somewhere? Perhaps it would mean a reconfiguration or reduction of one of the carports or garages, whatever those features may be, in that portion of the parking lot along Lawler Road. But it would at least mean that the one sort of outbuilding associated with this development that potentially has things like gasoline or other fuels being stored in it wouldn't be right up against the wetland.
Yeah, great question. So obviously you can see the dark green is the wetland, right? So there's kind of like almost like a triangular kind of point. So it actually kind of goes off the page. Whereas, if you were to slide it up the page towards Lawler, obviously the wetland is a lot closer to the parking lot. So we could look for an alternative location. We moved it to this location because it has the greatest separation to the actual wetland boundary. But we're open to exploring other locations as a potential condition or
The
something.
northwest corner of the parking lot is closer to the wetland than where it is currently?
Yeah, so Sarah, you can trace the dark green line. So obviously I think, I'm just estimating it. You're talking about where it is now to the dark green line is probably in excess of 20-ish feet maybe.
The corner of the parking
What?
lot next to the garages.
Guys, hold on. Guys, you are not testifying, please.
Sarah, can you move the mouse? You're talking about in maybe one of those locations?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you were talking about up the line in northwest corner towards.
No,
Okay.
no.
Yeah, we can certainly look at relocating it over
Yeah,
to that area.
West of Building C, not
Yes.
east of Building C.
Yep.
Isn't there a way we can?
Yeah. So we can explore another location, and as I kind of mentioned before, obviously we look to contain it within that structure wherever it does land, so it's not a detriment if something were to spill.
Sure, I guess my concern is whether we're containing within the structure or not. Once it's in use, people set, a gas can outside, maybe on top of the curb. Things happen.
Sure.
Even 5 gallons of gasoline getting spilled into the wetland is something I think we'd all like to avoid. So,
Sure.
keep that into a different location, and you minimize the risk.
Sure.
Further questions? All right. All right, so for now, I think the commission has no further questions. So what we're going to do is we're going to transition from the applicant's presentation We're going to move over to the cross-examination by the intervening party. After the cross-examination, then there would be the intervening party's case in chief.
Mr. Chairman, before you
Yes.
do, may I ask one question?
Sure.
On the revised site plan, sheet C102.0, this is fine to leave up. I appreciate the reduction in URA impervious coverage, and that has resulted in generally a 5 to 7 foot increased buffer width. But what we don't know, because the plans have recently changed, is what is that 5 to 7 feet of new buffer area? What's the plan for that to be planted? Is it lawn, grass, or part of the mitigation buffer area?
Yeah, so as Dean said, and I'll have Dean, so that area, if you remember, is the buffer enhancement plantings that were between the back of curb to the wetland areas. The goal would obviously be to expand that buffer enhancement to the new curb line, which has been sucked in. But I can have Dean talk about what that buffer enhancement entails.
Yep. Thanks, Matt. So yeah, we are taking advantage of this new additional buffer area and applying the buffer enhancement planting plan scheme to these new areas. We're actually increasing the overall buffer enhancement planting area by over 9,100 square feet.
Thank you.
All set? Any other questions from commissioner staff before we move? Thank you. All right, we'll move now to then, we're going to start with cross-examination. So if you guys could just arrange yourselves for that. I'll give you a moment. It's just actually, this is a comment for everybody who comes to speak. This is day 3, so I skipped over it, but I should say that anyone should approach the podium the first time, state your name and your address for the record, just so we know who the speaker is, if in the event there needs to be a transcript. Please proceed.
Okay. I'm Christine Feely, and I live at 282 West Point Terrace in West Hartford.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. I see that at this late date, the impervious area within the upland review was reduced by 1.3% below existing conditions. Now, is that taking it back to the October 2023 amount? I mean, it was high, it came down, it went back up in the November.
Matt Bruton for the record. So all the prior iterations of this plan had an increase in impervious area in the upland review area. This version here has a reduction of impervious within the upland review area.
So, okay, so it's not, that's helpful. Trying to grasp some of these things at the last minute is really challenging. So, another question. You talked about the cut stump removal and the herbicide. So how do you evaluate the change in the soil health as a result of the application of herbicides on the large number of plants? I mean, that you keep emphasizing how many invasive plants or what the volume of invasive plants, but that's a significant application then if you're treating all of that, and that does have an impact on soil health. How will you evaluate that?
Could you be more specific on what your concerns are regarding soil health impacts?
Well, the microbes, soil bacteria, a lot of the healthy things that are in soil actually are affected by toxins. So I wonder what your concern about that, or how you're dealing with that.
So, okay, now I understand your comment. Thank you for that clarification. So for the herbicides that'll be used for treating the invasive plants are targeted for the plants themselves. They're toxic to the plant cells and have very minimal effects to the surrounding environment, including the soil health. They won't impact wildlife or aquatic organisms or anything like that. They're a specific target
to plant species.
Okay, well, that's the theory, but you won't be evaluating, you're taking measures of soil health at different times?
No, so for development of these type of targeted herbicides, the studies have already been developed.
Okay. What kind of fencing will be around those champion white oak during the construction? Because construction can be notorious for making a mess or bumping into things, whatever. So I think that's a real concern.
So it's not detailed on the plans, again, Matt Bruton for the record, not detailed on the plans, but typically a contractor would set up a temporary chain link fence or orange construction fence to delineate areas of sensitivity that would need to be in place until the arborist arrives and construction can proceed closer. So there would be some fencing to alert contractors on the sensitive boundaries.
Okay. And you talked about snow piled on landscaped areas, is that right? You're expecting that couldn't that be harmful to the plants? I mean, you've given a lot of emphasis on the fact that you're putting all these plants in, and really street trees and plants, they have a hard life. And if you pile snow on them, first of all, if they're small, then you got the impact of the snow on them can be a problem. The other thing is that if they have salt in them, that could be a real problem. So how do you plan to deal with that?
So Matt, for the record, I'll have our landscape architect come up and answer that question.
For the record, Dominic Sultria of BL Companies. When we say we're gonna provide snow removal in those areas, that was part and parcel to a snow removal plan that encompasses both stockpiling in areas on the site as well that don't have landscaping. So I want to make sure that when you're doing it in the vegetated areas, we have obviously native and native-friendly plantings, but also salt-tolerant plants. Mitigating that to when we go into those island areas. There's only a certain amount of carrying capacity for snow. We want to make sure, and obviously we've seen it before, that some of them can be damaged, but you can accept a certain amount of snow. It's actually an insulating factor for those plants, so that can be accounted for. Obviously, you can only capacity of those islands, so it has to be taken in turn of the overall maintenance that Matt had talked about before. So some of it will be in landscaped areas, not of the heavier landscaped areas. Some of it can be done just by fault. We try to stay away from perimeters, especially in the upland review area where we can have those toxic elements beyond that side. And then some of it's going to be stockpiled in areas of seasonal use. And then we talked about even carting some of it away.
Okay. And I just have one more question out of curiosity. Why didn't we see more of this plan before now? Was it really developed in the last 36 hours? And those of us who are residents trying to keep up with this, I've checked the planning and zoning site every day for the last, week, 10 days, looking for some of the information about trees that the consultant had said, would you please tell us what trees are staying and which are going? And now, suddenly apparently it's there, but I haven't had a chance to look at it. So I'm just confused by that.
Sure. Yeah, great question. Matt, for the record, yes, this has been developed in the past few days. Obviously, we were here 2 days ago. I'm yawning like crazy. So you guys have to look at them. We actually have to draw them and consider them and go back and forth and talk with everybody. So yes, it has been an iterative process, taking in all the feedback from the past 2 days. So yes.
But that comment was there longer ago, the one about please clarify which trees will be removed and which will remain.
Right. So, yep, that was from a week ago. And obviously last meeting, we talked about 1,800 specifically. We were ready to talk about 1,700 in trees, but we didn't get to that point based on the proceedings. That's why it was talked about this evening.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Rubin, and I have a few questions. First, for Mr. Bruton, please. I appreciated your information about the stormwater management system, and can you just clarify what percentage of TSS will not be captured?
Matt, for the record, so the standard to be hit is 80% TSS removal.
And the remainder goes?
20.
Goes where?
It's discharged out to the outfalls. So,
would it be correct to say that fewer parking spaces, fewer apartment units would create less TSS or less runoff?
So the plan has been revised, obviously, to reduce parking within the upland review area. That's been an iterative process, and we are providing that 80% TSS regardless of the size of the parking lot, and we are reducing flows in every version of the plan, and currently the one that's in front of the board today.
Okay, thanks. One more question, please. The soil underneath the existing lot, was that sampled?
Can you clarify what do you mean by sampled?
To find out if there's wetlands under there. Is there wetland soil underneath the existing lot?
So, and this was Dean Gustafson, by the way. We've talked about this with the commission. There was some questions regarding this at one of the previous hearings. And so we do investigate undeveloped areas. If an area is covered by pavement or buildings, we do not do investigation in those areas. They're developed areas. They're not considered regulated resource areas.
Understood. With wetlands to the north and a brook to the south, would it be reasonable to think that there's wetlands under that lot?
Historically, there's probably wetlands under most of this entire neighborhood, including the ball fields. So yes, that's probably a reasonable assumption based on review of historic aerials, certainly something pre-1934.
Okay, great. So if I may continue with questions regarding wildlife again. 2 questions regarding impeded access. First, avian species that might be low-flying species. Would they be blocked from accessing what wetland resources remain on 1700 and 1800 by the construction of towers? You know, I'm talking about wildlife coming from east of 1700.
So no, they wouldn't be obstructed or prevented from getting into those areas. Just like they're depending, on the Yukon campus, there are several story buildings on that facility. Birds fly around or over those features, just like all the residential buildings in the neighborhood, and they find their way into the habitat that they want to access.
With regard to aquatic wildlife, I heard you talk about constructing or not removing a weir, and wonder if you would consider constructing something instead of that would allow aquatic wildlife to access habitat.
So there's actually in the southern reach of St. Joseph's Brook, as you get close to the existing culvert systems that go under Asylum and Trout Brook Road, there are actually 3 large concrete weir systems that were historically built within that stream system. That is part of the overall design of those stream systems as far as controlling the amount of runoff and stormwater flowing through those systems and protecting both upstream and downstream resources. And those systems have been in place likely since the 1950s or 60s. So the surrounding stream systems, particularly the Trout Brook system, has attenuated those historic impacts, and any organisms that historically utilize those areas have adjusted their habitat. So I don't think it's a feasible, prudent option to try to start removing those large weir structures because it may have some adverse effects, particularly as far as flooding within that intersection goes.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a couple of questions for Mr. Saltara, please. I heard you mention on Monday evening an approximate distance of 20 feet from trees to be removed from the wetlands border, correct, more or less?
Correct, yes.
And if I remember correctly, that measurement was taken from the center of the tree trunk?
It was approximate based on, it was a question you asked that night, and we kind of took a educated and individually look at it.
Yep.
Same question for tonight?
Yeah, would the same measurement apply on 1700?
Yes, Sarah, can you bring up the removal plan just so we can see it? This one's a little more particular. I mean, in terms of the wetland area itself, and there's probably a little bit closer, maybe I would say 10 feet on a couple, would be a better judgment on this one.
Okay. And in
Correct.
mature...
Sorry, and I have to mention there are 2 within the wetlands that are coming down.
Okay, within the wetlands. And I'm also talking about ones on, adjacent to.
Okay. Yep.
So in a typical mature tree of these species, how far does the root system extend?
Most mature, obviously the rule of thumb, and it's not an exact science, is you got, depending on if it was a forested tree or a regular tree, they're going to fall within that drip line. If you guys remember what we talked about with the oak, we're looking at the drip line as kind of a rule of thumb.
Okay. Okay. And how far out from the center, would the drip line extend?
It depends on the habitat of the individual tree, but if a forested tree that has other trees nearby, or if there's a grouping or a bosque of trees, they're going to be competing against each other, so their drip lines will be actually condensed. Whereas if it's like that oak tree, that's a massive tree, and the drip line is actually extended out. There's not a lot of competitors around it.
So I'd be interested to hear if you've considered the extent of root systems. Obviously, you've considered their extent, but if you've considered the soil disturbance right up against the wetlands, from removing the trees.
The consideration can be made. Some of them are for grading purposes within the upland review area, and we can consider the ones, and we could look at if we're really in an area where we're close to those wetlands. The tree can be removed, the root system sometimes can be retained, and over time we just want to make sure it's done in a safe fashion so you can actually retain that system and allow for other vegetation to grow up in those areas. Similar to what the wetland scientists have discussed with cutting, we wouldn't obviously be injecting anything into these systems. Most of the trees that we have on site, if you cut them, they're not coming back.
So forgive me, I'm not a plant scientist, but if you cut a tree at the base,
Yep.
doesn't the root system eventually shrivel and die?
It will shrivel and die. I mean, that's
Right.
you can cause sinkholes, but if you're looking at an area where you've got succession, we're actually leaving some of those dead snags in place. We could, depending on how we're addressing areas where we have to regrade, where it's going to kill it. I mean, there could be some consideration to alleviating or leaving them in place if they're in a sensitive area, with the idea that, when we ranked them and when Save a Tree came in and ranked, they ranked for, fair, poor condition, different conditions. Some of those are in those areas, but yeah, you would have that where it would dead and die off, but you would also have successional growth in those areas as well.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions, so if Mr. Commissioner would allow, we'll transition to our statements at this point.
Sure, let me just take a quick brief. Does the commission have any questions they want to ask before they get to their case in chief? Sure.
Actually, it doesn't matter.
You want to wait?
It's not
Okay,
changed.
we'll hold. All right, we'll hold. Yes, please proceed.
Okay, so for the record, my name is Jessica Rubin. I'm one of 3 interveners in this matter. I have a degree in natural resources and a degree in law, but what I bring to the commission tonight is simply my concerns as a resident. And I believe that those concerns are shared by many in our community, and that the commission is in a unique position to fulfill its statutory obligation to manage town resources and protect our residents. I want to speak to the role of the intervener. It is not an extraordinary step. It's a clear and capacious and commonly exercised statutory right. Our role is not narrow. Our role is to suggest when there might be feasible and prudent alternatives to an application. It is not our burden to produce a competing plan. I see the subject wetlands in this case differently than the applicant. I don't see them as worthless or in need of rescue, but rather as an ecosystem that is protected under law, regardless of its quality or how it was created. And further, it's an ecosystem that is functioning currently to provide habitat and absorb and filter water from the Trout Brook watershed that might otherwise flood adjacent properties. The applicant has cited direct and permanent impacts to the wetlands at 1700 Asylum, and I see some inadequacies in the project. I see building and pavings on upland review areas, and I see removing mature trees right up to wetlands edges and in some cases in the wetlands. And we've heard that some of those removals are of mature established trees that will disrupt the soil systems. I'm also concerned about wildlife disturbance from the demolition and construction. And I'm also concerned about the use of the property impeding wildlife from returning due to physical barriers, noise pollution, air pollution, and human presence. We heard on Monday night from a Hartford resident in favor of dense housing, who also spoke on 1700 in favor of dense housing. And I feel like dense housing is very good, but not when it sits on top of a river. I feel like West Hartford is fulfilling its promise with respect to dense housing elsewhere. What's missing from tonight's presentation and the application on 1700 is analysis of a lesser scale project. We heard that there are fewer impacts from fewer units, fewer stories, fewer parking spaces, and less paving. And I heard that this project could be smaller and that a smaller project would reduce impact on wildlife, on pollution, and on potential flooding. With respect to alternatives, I feel like we've seen sort of a negotiation strategy of setting a massive anchor at the start and coming off of it with iterations of the proposal without, in my opinion, sufficient consideration of alternatives. The applicant spent a lot of time on November 29th pointing us to two small pieces of wetlands in red that would be built upon. And as I sat there, I had two thoughts. The first was, well, why can't the project pivot or move or shrink a little bit to avoid those small incursions? But then it occurred to me, let's not allow those small points of wetland impact to distract our attention from the fact that the project will build upon a tremendous amount of upland review area. And I feel like the commission and the town is being asked to dive into this without a full exploration, not only of the impact on 1700, but also 1800. So to me, the final point I want to make to the commission tonight is that I see a glaring problem with proceeding with 1700 deliberation and vote before we have a full submission and consideration of 1800. What is the rush, right? Is the rush that we're trying to get in before the stormwater regulations are changed? That's not the best thing for our town, right? We are better than that. I don't think we can and should sever the properties. They are named as one project, Oakwood Park. They've been presented to the town as a multi-use village, a mixed-use development, and a single destination project, right? The materials that have been distributed by the applicant advertise Oakwood Park as one neighborhood. And I worry about one approval tipping the scales or putting a finger on the scales of deliberation of 1800, because in fact, some of the marketing materials justify restaurants and a spa and a store on 1800 as serving the population on 1700. And I don't feel like that gives a fair, neutral consideration to 1800 by severing the two. For me, I feel like there's no rush here, right? The town has everything to gain by waiting and deliberating and considering them as a package. I feel like we could do better by looking at them together. Should the properties be developed? In my opinion, yes, but I think they should be developed in a smart, forward-looking, careful way that acknowledges and builds upon the synergies that the applicant has posed between the two parcels, the integration between them. And I feel like the town has a lot to gain by deliberating together. And I would just urge the commission to slow down and hold the applicant to the highest, most forward-looking set of laws and expectations that exist, right? The laws change for reasons, and I think we want to, have best forward-looking contemporary practices in our town, and I would urge the commission to consider that and consider both parcels together at the appropriate time.
I have to ask a question on that because what is your basis upon which you're making the argument that we should consider them together? But what is the basis upon which we can consider them together?
If the developer were to withdraw.
All right, that's okay.
Right.
I just want to make sure it's clear that it's like we, the town, it's not one of these like discretionary things.
Right.
Like if the developer wishes to go forward on 1700, then we as a commission are obligated to render a decision on 1700 separately. I just want really more playing to the crowd so they understand this is not a discretionary item for the commission. We can't, in our judgment, it would be up to the.
Right. If the application were to be denied, then the applicant could resubmit
Right.
to allow them to be considered together.
I just want to make that point of clarification. Thank you very much. I just want to be, are you finished with your presentation?
I'm finished,
Thank
yeah.
you. Does the applicant have any cross-examination of the party intervener?
No, we do not, but we'd like to be able to respond to the comments, but there's no need for cross-examination, thank you.
Okay. And I would say that if, in terms of the schedule, would you be amenable then to holding your responding to these comments until after public comment?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Is there
you.
anything further from the party interveners?
Yes, we're each going to speak.
Oh, sure. Come on
Thank
up.
you very much.
Yep.
Okay, as I said before, I'm Christine Feely. I live at 282 West Point Terrace. I am a volunteer on the Sustainable Land Care Working Group that is part of the Sustainable West Hartford Commission, and a volunteer with the Trap Rock Ridge Land Conservancy, which includes the land that was part of the West Hartford Land Trust before it merged with two other nearby Connecticut land trusts. My remarks here represent my own views. I have a number of concerns about the proposed development that are relevant to the wetlands issues, including a lack of current information about the site. Now, some of that has been filled in, but there's some other pieces of information that I think are lacking. Information is always important, and it's very important for this development. One of the reasons is that we were told at the first hearing that certain topics are not appropriate for comment unless they are, quote, demonstrably and negatively shown to directly impact wetlands areas specifically. But a lack of baseline data about the extent and pattern of recent flooding in the area and about plants and animals on the site hampers our understanding of some of the current conditions and will make it impossible to evaluate the impact of development later. So we need that baseline data. I mean, we ask some of these questions, but there's not, it seems like there's just not some information that we need. But stepping back from that for a moment, for perspective on the value of the wetlands for West Hartford, I looked at the town's plan of conservation and development for the years 2020 through 2030. This plan describes the status of 7 important aspects of the town, including open space and the environment, and what the town wants to be and do during the 10 years covered by the plan. Now, while the plan has been described as aspirational rather than having regulatory authority, the extensive input from residents and the amount of staff resources devoted to the development of this plan make it an important document to consult and follow as much as possible. And so it states about wetlands, the protection of wetland soils and watercourses are important for a variety of reasons, including wetlands provide habitat that is critical to a variety of plant and animal species, including threatened and endangered species. Wetlands often function like natural sponges, storing water, floodwater, or surface water, and slowly releasing it to groundwater and surface waters, thereby reducing the likelihood of flooding and flood damage to personal property. Wetlands help improve water quality by interception of surface runoff and removing or retaining its nutrients, processing organic wastes, and reducing sediment before it reaches open water. Wetlands provide outdoor recreational opportunities. Wetlands are essential to an adequate and safe supply of surface and groundwater, and wetlands provide resources for scientific study and education, serving as laboratories for research and as classrooms for teaching ecology and the role of wetland systems. And I know we've covered a lot of that, but I think it's really important to hear this as a whole concept and philosophy and aim and goal of what West Hartford wants to do and how it wants to be as a town. And some other information that's provided in the open space and environment section, which is related to watersheds, is, quote, stormwater runoff into Trout Brook degrades water quality in that system, contributing to the classification of all 8 miles of Trout Brook as an impaired water body not supporting recreation or aquatic life by the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And so, again, I know this, other people have talked about this, but I want to emphasize that it's imperative that the development not make that problem worse. So, and I realize that the engineered systems that we're talking about, methods such as capture and drainage, are designed to handle whatever happens, but those systems, for starters, must be planned and installed very precisely. And these things that will be done for the capture and diversion, et cetera, seem quite complicated. And then there have been some questions about them too. And that seems to underscore that these really they'll have to work. I mean, they'll just have to work. The reality is that engineered systems don't always work as planned. If you leave more space for the water to spread out, the water spreads out. It's a much greener process. If you rely on engineered systems, they don't always work the way they're supposed to, or they fail over time. I don't know how long it takes for one to fail, but they don't. It only takes one really unexpected event to overwhelm the systems that are in place and create a mess with significant disruption in people's lives and potentially a lot of property loss. I won't go into the property loss too much, but that is obviously a concern. And there are so many examples of how thinking that dams or levees or this or that would keep one thing or another from happening. I could just stand here half the night and relate that to you. I won't. I will relate one instance of the failure to use wetlands or to expand wetlands to achieve better protection. This was a recent segment of the Vermont Public TV about the flooding in Waterbury, Vermont. There was flooding in Vermont in 2020, July of this year. This goes back a few years to an opportunity that was proposed after Tropical Storm Irene. So, and I quote, "In the months after Tropical Storm Irene destroyed much of downtown Waterbury in 2011, experts and local officials launched an urgent search for ways to prevent similar disasters. They determined that a small field in neighboring Duxbury sat at a crucial spot on the river and that building a floodplain in the field could dramatically reduce flood levels a mile away in Waterbury Village. For $3 million, which is not a lot of money in the terms of preventing flood damage, the project would reduce flooding in downtown Waterbury by as much as 12 inches and prevent millions of dollars of damage to homes and businesses, officials said," end quote. Unfortunately, the project didn't go forward, and Waterbury had extensive flooding in July that caused extensive property damage. And again, these things fail, or it's worse than we think it is. Even the updated projections for rain may not be sufficient for planning adequate drainage and other constructed systems in extreme events. For example, the rainfall in Hartford County in September was 13 inches. 13 inches this year, which is 300% of the typical September rainfall, about 4¼ inches. And some of those heavy rains came close together. So it's not only the amount of rain. Another National Public Radio segment about recent flooding on the Mississippi emphasized that the floods of today are carrying more water and lasting longer than they once did. A senior environmental engineer with the Wetlands Initiative stated, "All rivers naturally pulse, but we're seeing higher peak flow and longer days at that peak flow. We're not dropping and recovering back down to base flow as quickly as we used to do. And I completely understand that the Mississippi River is very different. I lived in St. Louis for a long time, and there's nothing around here that I know of that's really comparable to it. But the fact of the matter is you just don't know how the patterns, how the amounts of rainfall will change, really, in spite of whatever predictions are out there, and you don't know how the patterns of things will change. And once you have an event, it's just you just have to clean it up. There's nothing, the time to prevent is over with. That's the future, and it's not clear if those patterns and changes in water are reflected in the rain predictions. And really, current practices are moving more toward expanding wetlands rather than pushing up against them by taking those parking lots and buildings right up to the edges of them. Now, the things that awful parking area that's on the east side of Trout Brook Drive I don't think would ever be allowed to be a new construction. The wetlands regulations for West Hartford only date to 1974, and I believe that some of that may have development predated that time. So I'm just really emphasizing that we don't really know what will happen if we rely too much on engineered systems. That could result in a lot of damage. So considering all that, so how did this development approach the wetlands issues? As you've heard from a number of residents, the developer's wetland assessment report states, and I'm going to repeat this again because it's really critical, with a wide distribution of wetlands across the sites, extensive areas suitable for a large redevelopment without any wetland resource impacts just do not exist. So knowing that, they could have proposed, as my fellow intervener said, and other people sort of alluded to, they could have proposed plans with a scope and scale that would avoid impact to the wetlands and that would allow the buffer areas to function more properly as they should, and not, instead of having the water diverted here and captured here and then funneled off into the wetlands, because they really do need to have that water, the buffer areas could serve that function more properly. Or better yet, they could have proposed a creative and innovative plan that actively takes advantage of the fact that there are wetlands and buffers, including those wetland and buffer areas, the mature trees, and the wooded areas along the watercourses. In other words, they could have worked with the characteristics of the site instead of against them. But, as we know, they concluded that outright avoidance of wetland impacts is not possible, and they proposed a larger development with a lot of buildings, some quite large, and a lot of paving, both for streets and parking. So I won't cover the part about trees. I think that information about the trees is finally out there. But with regard to other topics for which more information is needed, we need to consider wildlife and plant life. Interestingly, as my fellow intervener Jessica said, developers, presenters can characterize the site as sterile and also as having no significant wildlife features and in need of rescue. Those descriptions seem intended to create an impression of the site that doesn't match the reality. The site is full of life. The University of Connecticut left the site in the summer of 2017, more than 6 years ago, and since then nature has taken over. And although there's work needed to improve the site, the natural areas are not sterile. Rescue is not an appropriate term, and if it were needed, a proposed development with so much incursion into the buffer areas is not a rescue. So what use are the trees? We've heard some of that, but trees on the site take up a lot of water, which keeps that water out of the stormwater runoff, which we'll lose that actually during the construction. Apparently that will get lost. With some of that water uptake will get lost. Trees also clean the air, shade the area, and provide food and shelter for wildlife. And as has been said, even dead trees are useful to wildlife, although dangerous trees should obviously be removed. So all of that will be lost. The developer has emphasized the trees that will be planted, and I guess those will be planted in more convenient locations. But those trees, again, I'm just emphasizing some of what's been said, but this is important, will take decades to reach the size of many of the existing trees. And during that time intervening period, there will be much less foliage to break the impact of the rain on the ground. Even as the site is disturbed, much less water will be taken up, and streets and parking areas will be much less shaded or not at all. One thing I want to call attention to is that in the presentations, the presenter stated that trees and bushes along parking areas will be naturalized and, quote, naturalized and naturalistic. But that is not a good description of the little, strips that have the trees and the plants. They are not naturalized and naturalistic. So we need to keep that in mind as we're considering what that site will be. And of course, trees also benefit wildlife. Oak trees are extremely useful to many species, including shelter and food. Oak leaves provide food for a large number and variety of invertebrates, and many species of insects feed on oak leaves. Interesting fact is that several species of moth larvae feed on nothing but the leaves of oaks, and when there are oaks on the property. Birds feed on some of the insects. Another interesting fact, nearly all terrestrial birds raise their young on insects. So those clusters of trees where you could expect to have a lot of insects in that area, that habitat will get, in some cases, will be lost. We also have little or no information about other plants on the site. A number of plants are easily seen, but they are not cataloged. So it's not possible to confirm that the site has a sterile quality. We don't even know what the site has at this point. The characterization of sterile, as I said, I don't think is accurate. But if it proceeds, the development proceeds, it won't be possible to say later to what extent the plant life was improved, other than simply listing how many new things were planted, because we don't really know what the status of the plant life is on the site now. Wildlife is another aspect of the site for which little or no information is provided, and it's obviously related to the problem of cutting down trees. The presenter about wildlife said that the site is, quote, not a significant wildlife feature, and, quote, it's limited to habituated species that you'd see in your backyard, end quote. But there's not a list of animals or even a few mentioned. That's curious because the developer's wetlands assessment report describes the methodology for evaluating wildlife habitat this way, quote, resident and or migrating species must be considered. Species lists of observed and potential animals should be included in the wetland assessment report, but no lists are included in the wetland assessment report. To remedy that lack of information, I'll give you a list of what I see in my backyard and nearby. Bears, foxes, bobcats, deer, hawks, owls, numerous types of songbirds, groundhogs, rabbits, squirrels, chipmunks, and voles. And then in this area, there will also be some species of animals that live in and near water. So it's reasonable to expect that all these animals will be present on the site. In fact, I heard recently that a bear in this east area created quite a stir among the players and spectators at a Little League game. So what more would you need to see to consider the site a significant wildlife feature? This is a full habitat that deserves protection, including in the buffer areas and expansion of the buffer areas on this particular site. So let's briefly consider turtles, which I'd be surprised if there weren't any turtles there. The northeastern U.S. is home to 67 species of reptiles, which includes 25 species of aquatic freshwater turtles, many of which are now listed as endangered, threatened, or species of special concern. The developer says that there are not expected to be any endangered species on the site based on a Connecticut Deep database. That's not to say that there aren't any on the site. No one knows. Again, lack of knowledge. But I also mention that information because it's important to take into account that there are categories other than endangered species that we should consider, including species of special concern. So just to reiterate, all the wildlife and wildlife habitat on the development site now are important. And not only will tree removal and major construction disturb or wreck the habitat provided by the trees, the size and number of the buildings raise a question about whether animals will return to the site when the construction is completed, or if, because of habitat destruction and disturbance, the site will also have much less wildlife than it has now. In closing, we have a lot of information about how important wetlands are and the buffer areas around them. The town has stated the value of wetlands and provided guidance. We know that climate change may turn even the best projections upside down and that the site is not sterile and in need of rescue. This is a large development on an environmentally sensitive site. It's clear that too much construction is planned or left, in the case of the parking maybe, on the 150-foot upland review area, and not enough is known about the plant and animal life currently. Once large-scale development actions are done, they can't be undone. We should not be rushed by the end-of-week deadline. Again, as Jessica said, the developer can withdraw the plans for 1700 also and reapply. And that would allow for more consideration of what's best for development at this site and how it can be accomplished. Thank you.
Gary Schulman, 22 Braintree Drive. First, I'd like to thank the Commission, for their efforts, and I'd like to thank the applicant for their professionalism. As I said, I live at Braintree Drive. My three children grew up at those baseball fields. I'm not going to read my statement for the sake of time. We've been doing this a long time. I'm going to be as brief as I can. I guess I just want to start by acknowledging certain realities. We did read the letters from town residents in support of this project. We heard from someone from Desegregate Connecticut who was recommending a dense project on a sensitive wetland site. We understand you've met engineering standards. We've been listening. You met 100-year flood standards. The efforts to change the riparian environment, the reduction in size by 1.3%, the claims of no negative impact, the claims of cleaning and restoring this site. I guess I just have to say, I think we have to stand back and consider, in my opinion, the willingness of the applicant to maximize construction of buildings and pavement in the upland review area and then engineer the heck out of this project. I'm not sure if the applicant truly appreciates the concerns of town residents with flooding and protection of the struggling wetlands. Our town likes to state that we have a sincere commitment to sustainability, and I'm wondering if this is time for the rubber to meet the road. SLR, in their closing statement, SLR stated that what remains unresolved is ideally a decrease in the impervious area within the upland review area. So here we are at a choice to allow the plan in its large, extensive, heavily engineered state to occur, or to deny and encourage a smaller and more environmentally sensitive project. Thank you.
Mr. Schulman, real quick, you said you were going to read your statement, but is that statement going to be...
That's it. Yeah,
no,
that's
no. Actually, what I'm saying is, if you have a written statement, is it part of the record?
No.
Oh,
Just
okay.
what I had typed up.
Got it.
I'm trying to keep it simple.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further from the intervener? Do we have questions for the intervener? Any cross-examination of the intervener?
No, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Then what we're going to do at this point is we're going to move to the public comment. So if you guys want to sit back down. And so as I said in the beginning, so I'm going to get the pages. And I'm going to prioritize any names that we haven't had speak yet on 17. So I have the list from the November 29th meeting, so I know who did speak at that meeting. But then after that, I'm just going to go through. There's actually not a ton of crossover, so good. All right, then we actually are just going to go in order of this list. So we're going to start with Jay Costello, 15 Bishop Road.
Good evening. My name is Jay Costello. Live at 15 Bishop Road in West Hartford. I have to say the applicant's presentations have been pretty impressive. But the other night after I left and I went home, I couldn't fall asleep right away, and I'm thinking about this. What struck me was that the focus of their presentation has been entirely about how wonderful the enhancement they're doing, all these new trees they're doing, the saving of the white oak and all of that. But very little time has really been spent on the important part, was what they're actually doing, what their actually development is. So the application is clearly subscribing to what I would call the shiny object theory. And it's basically, the shiny object theory is basically, look at this over here, because don't pay any attention to this massive development that I'm doing over there. Don't pay any, it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz, you know? Don't pay any attention to the guy behind the curtain. Don't see the large impervious buildings and roads and parking we're doing. Don't see the hundreds of mature trees we're taking down. Don't see the total disturbance of any of the total disturbance of all the usable area. Don't see the total use almost completely of the regulated area, particularly the 150-foot section. Instead, look at this shiny object over here, and don't pay any attention to that. So I was having trouble understanding, and I never really got a good answer. So if you'll bear with me, I have a little drawing of my own here. It's not as fancy as the applicant has. But I was trying to understand and visualize really what they're proposing in terms of in our regulated area. So I took their map, and basically the blue area and the gray area, and this is 1700 and this is 1800, but the gray area and the blue area is the regulated area. Okay, so this gray area is regulated area. They're almost completely disturbing the regulated area. And then this red hatched area is what's actually parking lot and buildings and impervious area. So you can see visually, I couldn't measure it. I don't have needs to do that, but you can see that visually, quickly, the striped area is almost 70% of the regulated area. Okay, and 90% of 70%, it's almost 90%, 70% of that is permanent parking. The parking over here is almost right on top of the wetlands. Wetlands got no room to breathe whatsoever. So, I just wanted to do that to kind of visualize that. The applicant also makes a big deal about how the existing, they're not doing any more than the existing. Well, back in the 60s and 70s, Yukon came in. This area is zoned for single-family housing. They were allowed to come in and basically overdevelop and disturb this entire site. So now the parking lot that they built in there is basically on top of old wetlands, and it's right on top of the existing wetlands. So, well, you can see that. So let me just close with this. I ask you, based upon section 10.2 of the regulations, pay attention to what he's actually doing, not the shiny object that he has going on over here. Okay, pay attention to what he's actually doing. The current proposal is not a more feasible and prudent alternative according to the regulations. It's really just simply the most that he can put on the site that he can get you to agree with. Okay, there's clearly a more feasible alternative, and that would be to reduce the amount of buildings. It would be pull back the parking and give the wetlands some breathing room. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Thank you. Next up would be Beth Ann Loveland, Senate.
Beth Ann Loveland, Senate, 109 Walden Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight to voice my opinion that the town's decision on the development proposed for 1700 Asylum Avenue should be delayed. Related to this, I will note the importance of trees on site in preserving the wetlands. Most importantly, the town's decision on 1700 Asylum should be delayed. The developer's current proposal will likely trigger extremely destructive runoff to downstream and upstream property owners, resulting in excessive stormwater pushing through sewer lines that are too small to receive the stormwater runoff from the new development. The Lynbrook neighborhood already has a FEMA flood control designation. In order to understand the impact of development on the wetlands, we absolutely need a more detailed evaluation of increasing precipitation rates and improved data regarding how area property owners and residential homeowners have already been increasingly impacted by flooding, which we do not have as of tonight. Also, because currently there are no structures on this property and the deteriorated parking lot is a fairly permeable surface, the parcel is absorbing a lot of water right now. Construction at the 1700 site will absolutely increase Trout Brook flow levels. And as you know, 2024 precipitation broke all records more than once, and there's more to come, I'm sure. So I want to briefly just say something about trees and their roots that hasn't been said in general, not just about the champion oak. The developer asserts that trees slated for removal are 20 feet from wetlands margins, but those measurements are from the center of the trees, whereas root systems extend far beyond that, and the construction will destroy the ground right up to and through the wetlands borders and into the protected wetland areas. Trees are being removed right across the strip of wetlands along St. Joseph Stream. It's difficult to tell sometimes just how close the wetland removals are, because the developer's printouts are so small and it's hard to determine scale. One of the problems is that the developer's tree removal exhibit has never been accurate. 3 facts that relate to this. First, according to Dr. John Weaver, University of Nebraska, and Robert Kuick, author of Understanding Roots, a tree root system is 2.5 to 5 times wider than its foliage. So that demystifies roots for us. The youngest roots are at the tips and hairs of the system where nutrients are exchanged and the most beneficial soil life is found. This is why earthwork is so destructive. In some places, the cut and fill plan calls for removal and mounding of earth 6 to 7 feet up or down, changing topography, which is damaging to soil and trees. So the only other thing I want to say is that only 5% of trees have a tap root, and oaks have tap roots. And that makes them more stable in the environment and confers protection from wind and severe storms as well as drought, and they absorb a heck of a lot of water. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Martha Parrish. I can't hear. If you could come up to the microphone, please. I won't start the timer.
Okay,
don't worry.
before I start my statement, I plowed snow for a municipality for 2 years. This property, unless you give me a skid steer and a scoop, I can't land snow anywhere here. So
All right,
the snow
I'm including
removal.
that in your time. All right, let's go.
Okay. Thank you for your time to hear input regarding the application to waive wetlands and upland review area regulations for a densely populated mixed-use development, which with 1,800 will add 2,000 to 3,000 cars daily to this area. I have heard and appreciated this committee's serious and detailed questions for this applicant. I know that you all have been working very tirelessly to get required documents from this applicant, requests that were met with slow, untimely, and disorganized responses. As a federal regulator, I also field applications for waivers to regulations and statutes, often weighing the benefit to one particular entity to the expense of the greater system. Your role here is similar, and sometimes as regulators, we have to make the hard call against a possibly wealthy and seemingly powerful entity to preserve the greater good that these regulations protect against. Sometimes we just have to say the hard no. The claim of adding more trees is only after removing hundreds of large old oak growth trees, which are consuming gallons of water. The documentation provided leaves many reviewers questioning the veracity of their claims, including some of you committee members. For every tree removed, the net offset should be about a 20-to-1 replacement. These photos are deliberately deceiving, depict the tree height in about 20 to 30 years. The claim of land stewardship is also deceitful because they've already been demonstrated in their lack of care to just this application. The PC mitigation should have been the first order of business, and Mr. Kaplan got a very lame response to his questioning of why they didn't test further downstream of where they discovered known PCB infiltration was temperatures and needing a boat. They had all summer and fall to do that. This is the level of care that I would expect them to continue to demonstrate regarding this project, and that's concerning. By removing and destroying trees in the URAs and wetlands areas, since the root systems extend 2 to 3 times wider than their canopies, they're doing irreparable damage. The stormwater management proposed is needed to make up for the interruption of natural water flow will be damaging. Impervious surfaces prevent natural soaking of water into the ground and slowly seeping into streams. By catching and processing the water, you put it rapidly into that storm drain. This harms streams 3 ways. Processed storm drains deliver large volumes of water to streams much faster than that would occur naturally, and that causes flooding, bank erosion. The town has already repeatedly had to do large cleanups of sediments washed downstream of Trout Brook. Now, ask anybody in Public Works. Water quality is damaged by pollutants accumulated and washed into the streams by that system. Water temperature is increased. The developer may be asking, what do these people want? What does the committee want? As Mr. Burkhorst alluded to, we want a scaled-back proposal that prevents the destruction of trees, particularly in the wetlands and URAs. We want no impervious surfaces built on any of the wetlands and URAs whatsoever. These are regulated by this town through this committee. Just because a mistake was made in the 60s by paving east of Trout Brook does not mean we perpetuate that mistake again. I think the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 65 prove that how we acted in the 60s is not consistent with how we act today. My last paragraph. I'm not against development.
We're 40, please.
This developer wants you to cast aside the regulations.
Excuse me. You'll have the opportunity to come back up after others have had.
Sounds good. Thanks.
You. Morgan Hilliard.
Good evening. I'm Morgan Hilliard. I live at 46 Lawler Road, and thank you again for your time this evening. So I have a couple concerns as someone who lives right next to that parking lot. I'm seeing a lot of drainage issues, a lot of flooding issues. Currently, my yard is in week 1.5 of being flooded and smelling like a swamp, so I'm expecting to kind of have an ice skating rink this winter. And I take my kids, I've got an 11-year-old and a 4-year-old, across the parking lot to the fields, the playground all the time. And I see a lot of flooding in that entire area. Something else I'm concerned with is the standing water issues, which of course comes with the drainage issues and the flooding. There's also, we're dealing with a massive abandoned parking lot right now. So I'm seeing a lot of loitering, people going out there learning how to drive. That's all great, but what about the donuts that I'm seeing all the time? And luckily we do have West Hartford PD that, sits there and regulates how that space is being used from time to time, but there's certainly a lot of people, a lot of destructive behavior going on. I can't walk the dog or take the kids near the forest line because there's broken glass everywhere, litter everywhere. It's clear that there's a lot of pollution, a lot of littering, not only in the brook, but in the wetlands currently. And I'm also seeing a lot of dead and rotting trees. So something that the developer presentation addressed was the dead trees issues. We've had massive branches fall right next to us frequently if we're in that wetlands area. So what I've seen is, from this presentation, is a remarkable and innovative way of looking at what we currently have and what we're dealing with and how to address concerns from residents and come up with revision after revision of how to really manage that in a prudent way. The area is currently not cared for or maintained at all. It is under stress. It really is under stress. If you walk around there, you can see it, everywhere you go. The brook is falling apart. It's filled with trash. So it is absolutely under stress. And this current plan, after some of these revisions, is showing less paving. You know, I'm obviously hearing that it could be even less paving to what has been, mentioned tonight, but I think we're seeing serious progress with these revisions in terms of addressing these concerns. It's been clearly explained that the wildlife, the aquatic life, and the plant life in the area will benefit from the rejuvenation, and I am in agreement with that. I'm not an expert myself. I was a biology major, but that was a long time ago. But from what I've seen and the way that it's been explained by the experts on their panel, I absolutely agree with how rejuvenating this area, adding in new trees, really addressing some of these concerns will greatly help the area long-term moving forward. Strategies for proper management of the area from this presentation has been well developed and using methods that are well established. They're not just throwing out some random ideas. These are things that have been used with success and have a track record behind them. It's a beautiful area of town, and it's used by both wildlife and community members. Right now, it's a giant abandoned parking lot. It's an eyesore. It's just pretty gross, to be completely honest. And at the end of the day, this development reduces the current footprint, gives some of the responsibility to managing the area to someone that has vested interest in making sure it stays beautiful, because that's how they're going to attract the residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Sylvia Nguyen and then Aura Pereira. I probably didn't get that right, but Sylvia Nguyen. We'll start with that. Okay. That's on life or okay. Aura.
Yeah, it's Aura Perica.
Wait, say the last one again.
Perica.
Okay, you could spell that when you get up to that. Your handwriting's amazing, but I'm just terrible at reading it.
I practice all the time.
Yeah.
That's Perrica.
Thank you.
Aura Perica. I live at 1651 Asylum Avenue. Something that struck me tonight and in other iterations of the developer's presentation is the assertion that there's no impact on flooding as a result of this development. But, I don't know much about wetlands. I went and did some research so that I could educate myself, and I didn't get deep into it. I'm certainly not an expert, but the U.S. Geological Survey on their site states, and this is a quote, "Studies have shown that as development and the amount of impervious surfaces increases in a watershed, severe flood events happen more often." Now, that is data backing it, that has studies backing it, right? And that's an assertion by the U.S. Geological Survey, not, Wikipedia or some other potentially questionable online resource. And I gather that this is because soil, even our really crappy clay soil and plants, especially these mature trees we're talking about tonight, with these mature root systems, they're going to absorb water. They slow runoff to streams, and impervious surfaces don't do that. Engineering can obviously mitigate that, but as we all know, engineering fails. I think somebody else said that. I don't need to go into that. But the plan for 1700 increases development. Tonight we heard we're decreasing impervious surfaces, but by 1.3% in an area that clearly has too much impervious surface to begin with. I don't think this is going to decrease flooding, and I certainly don't think that there's going to be no impact on flooding. I think that we see flooding in our neighborhood already based on what's already there. And I'm in agreement with the last person who came up here and talked. What's there is awful. It's ugly, it's unkept, it's not really safe, it's not a great place for residents, it's a giant parking lot that's a mess. But this plan for 1700, it's replacing mature trees with mature root systems with new trees that are going to take decades to develop root systems. It's going to include large apartment buildings that have a large footprint on the surface as well as below the surface. Now, I know we heard that these are going to sit on slabs. I don't think you're going to build a 5-story apartment building on an 8-inch slab. There's obviously going to be some kind of foundation there that goes pretty deep, right? And that's going to displace water. The developers indicated that the soil below the paved surface was not assessed for wetland classification on the technicality that it's paved, right? but the water doesn't respect that technicality, right? There's obviously a very high water table under there. If that parking lot wasn't there, it probably would be wetland. And I'm concerned in that northeast corner, especially, I think where building C is, and you see how like where the paving was is where the outline of the wetland is. You're taking that paving out. Does that mean that what's under there, once it's not paved, could be wetland, and you're building this multi-story apartment building on wetland? I think that should be a concern. The impacts are going to be felt throughout our neighborhood. All of our neighbors, like I live several blocks away from this, you know, my backyard is flooded all the time. Every time it rains, it's a swamp right now. But, you know, in closing, I think something needs to happen here. I don't think this is the best thing for our town, for our neighborhood, and for the watershed area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Chris Hennigan.
Thank you. Chris Hennigan, also 1651 Asylum Avenue. I've spoken before, so I'll keep this brief. Saw the presentation this evening, and thank you everyone for your time in reviewing it. I know it's a lot of work here. I just want to point out and reiterate what other people have said. This 1.3% shrink down is in no way a feasible alternative. If we think about matters of permanence, which this development will be, then a 1.3% reduction in harm is a rather low bar to set for the future of this town. Just my opinion. Also, we did hear from the developer or one of the representatives of the developer tonight that historically, this entire neighborhood, this entire community would be classified as wetlands if the wetland statutes existed at the time of development. Those statutes did not exist at the time of development for the residential homes in the area, but I don't think that we can ignore that, and we really need to think responsibly about this and make the right decision. We need to take our time, you know, we don't need to rush this through. I agree that, you know, something does need to be done with the site, but the plans that are presented here are not the appropriate solution, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Charlotte Gara.
Charlotte Gara, 384 North Quaker Lane. If I look at this proposed development, I see some wordsmithing. You know, for the 6 garages, it said garage on the legend, and now I'm hearing the words carport. I always assumed that there would be a basement for people to store their things. Now I'm hearing slab. And so if I look at this, just look at it, what I see is a very arid, characterless development. We can do better than this. I agree with a lot of Jessica Rubin's comments. They were comments that I was going to make, but there's no need to repeat them. But it's overdeveloped on wetland buffer land, and I think we need to take care of that. On North Quaker Lane, where I live, I've been there for 44 years. It's gotten progressively wetter. It's the same impervious clay as exists here, and it's just gotten worse and worse. So that a week and a half ago, after a rain 3 days before, the gentleman who cuts my lawn, his big tractor got stuck in the middle of my backyard. So we just had to put it on blocks for a couple of days until we could move it out of the yard. It was so bad. And this was before the big rain. So that's all I'd like to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sandra Rappertab.
I think Sandra Rabitab asked me to read this on her behalf.
I'll allow it. Let's go.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Trout Brook is already listed as impaired for water quality. Rather than further impair it with development, we should protect what natural area remains. This project will impact downstream areas along Trout Brook through the Park River watershed and downstream. Downstream flooding will be exacerbated further by global warming due to significant increases in rainfall. The argument that wetlands have been previously developed, quote, serve little function or have little value, end quote, is false. Though the wetlands have been developed, they are crucial as sponges for stormwater runoff and habitat for wildlife. It is a problem that the developer's map of the trees to be removed has never been accurate. Destroying over 200 trees to accommodate unnecessary construction, meaning spa, restaurants, grocery store, is irresponsible. The argument that newly created wetlands is a net gain is disingenuous at best. The developer concedes that planting hundreds of young sapling trees have zero equivalent value to the existing mature trees. So planting saplings will be a net loss for the site. Mature trees, on the other hand, serve many functions. Their large root systems absorb a great amount of stormwater. Their sizable trunks, size, and height serve as nesting for wildlife. Young saplings will take an average of 20 years to reach the size of a mature tree. Oaks take even longer. The developer concedes they did not conduct a wildlife study, arguing that it's an urban area and the current wildlife have habituated to human activity. This is a false claim since they failed to conduct a wildlife study, which would have shown that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last on the list is Mary Pelletier. So we're at the end of the list. What we're going to do, because we're about an hour and a half since our, oh, Mary, I'm sorry. I didn't see you going up there. Explain all that later.
Hi. I'm Mary Pelletier, and again, I'm a resident of Hartford, but I represent Park Watershed, a 501c3 established in 2012 to conserve citizen stewardship for the Park River Regional Watershed, which includes all of West Hartford, except for a few acres on the Metacomet Ridge. I appreciate the work of the town staff, committee members, and the developers, and especially the engineers and landscape architects. There obviously is a need to restore the stream channel, and having lived in Hartford where there's a lot of derelict sites, I also sympathize with the neighbors who see this as an eyesore. However, this is no justification for the high-density development proposed for this site. I wish I had the gentleman's map up behind me. I'm really here to support the interveners and to highlight the concerns of neighbors who are recognizing the urgency of the 21st century. We are 20 years into the 21st century. These development strategies from the past were acceptable before your iPhones were invented, right? And there's so much more going on right now. And we need, even though planning is slow to change, we need West Hartford to recognize that you have nothing to gain you have everything to gain by not rushing in to approve this development. And admittedly, again, it's an eyesore. People want to have something done to it. It would be great to have some taxpayer dollars. But the reality, especially for 1700, is that there are no buildings on this site. Somebody built a parking lot on a wetland, and that parking lot is degraded. I've walked over that parking lot to look at the beautiful champion trees. And I know from the work that I do in building bioretention basins that when you repave a parking lot, there's a lot of runoff. And that runoff increases, it's hotter. It goes into the tributary. As it's hotter, it's more runoff. I can't believe that Trout Brook isn't going to increase its flow intensity from this site unless they've got on-site storage on it. And all of that parking repaved will increase the urban heat island and the heat temperatures in the neighborhood. And this is a problem because we're accelerating into global warming and into the climate and biodiversity crisis. In addition, there's going to be nightlight pollution, which also degrades the character of this neighborhood. So what if this land were not developed? And I have to see, it's really important to see this in relationship to 1800. What are you doing with this? Because this is a gift to the developers. 1800 is a lot of work. You've got demolition, you've got toxic issues. But again, this site could with relatively little expenses, probably funded by federal grants, you could restore the riparian zone around Trout Brook and make a park around this area, right? Where there's a lot more work that's needed on 1800. So, that's the end of it. But I just want to say that, in closing, if you didn't build on this site, vegetation returns. It's true, it's not native, and the native vegetation would need to be restored. But the topsoil, I know this from my yard, rebuilds itself. It reestablishes its capacity to function as a sponge. And one of the biggest problems in West Hartford and throughout this entire watershed is we have lost that topsoil spongy layer, and the continued development and the continued lack of respect for functional ecosystems, especially around your riparian zones, are just degrading everybody's property, and it's not doing favors for anybody. And I could go on and on that because I've spent the last 20 years of my life trying to say it. And I, again, thank you all for being here. You've done a great job. Hopefully, the town will make a good decision.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletier. So what I want to do, we've been at this for about an hour and 45 minutes since our last break, so we're going to take a break. But what I want to do is I'm going to go back through this list. If there's anyone that has anything, particularly folks that I had to cut off, if there's something more that you wish to say that is not repetitive of what you've already said, I'm going to let you go back up there. But we're going to take a break so everybody can just stretch their legs. Thank you. 1 minute. Okay, we're going to come back in. So what we're going to do is, and as I said before, because I know there were a few people who still had more to say, we're going to go back through the sign-up sheet. If anyone has anything in addition to what they've already said, you're welcome to come up. Mr. Costello, Jay Costello.
I thank you for this opportunity to come back. I just want to close out. I kind of rushed out my closing, though. I just wanted to say that kind of where I left off was with the Yukon. I mean, they were allowed to massively overdevelop this site back in the 60s. That was pretty common, but it was a mistake. And to use that as sort of the starting point or the reason why we should be able to develop all this impervious area. Don't make the same mistake again. This is an opportunity to sort of correct that mistake from the 70s and 60s. So I ask you, don't make the same mistake again. And also, this is clearly not, there are clearly other alternatives that would be more practical, more feasible, and more prudent than this, that would impact particularly that 150-foot regulated area far less. So I ask you again, don't fall prey to that shiny object that they're holding over here. These other alternatives maybe would have a little less wetlands restoration, but don't fall prey to that. Look at what they're actually doing in the regulated areas, and the whole site is massively developed. And I ask you to please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Beth Ann Loveland, Senate.
Beth Ann Loveland, Senate, 109 Walden Street. Thank you for the opportunity to finish my remarks.
Of course.
Only about 5% of all trees have a taproot, which confers protection from wind and severe weather events like floods and droughts. White oaks are taprooters, which makes them more stable in the environment. And interestingly, and a problem for me is that about 37% of the trees slated for removal are taprooted oaks, many on wetland buffers, where they are currently stabilizing the entire wetland system. Also, the only way to ensure, and this is important in terms of the new tree plantings that are planned, the only way to ensure that the taproot is preserved when a tree is moved, transplanted, is to not transplant it, to grow it from a seed. And in the case of the oak tree, this is an acorn. So it's possible if you have what they call whips, if you have bare root plants, to have one that's for an oak tree that's still got the taproot intact, but it's unlikely. And larger trees almost never have retained the taproot. So the transplanted trees, if they were going to have the taproot and have the same effect in the environment, would have to be quite small. And that would probably take 3 to 6 decades to replace those being removed in the project. In conclusion, I would say that there are many red flags associated with what we currently understand about this plan for 1700 Asylum Avenue, but I think that we are still missing important information and clarifications regarding current flooding levels and increasing precipitation expectations, and the tree takedown plan is still kind of unclear to me, although we do know for a fact that it affects adjacent wetlands adversely. And so, in my opinion, the town's vote on 1700 Asylum Plan should be delayed. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Parrish. Martha Parrish.
Thank you, Martha Parrish, 34 Fox Meadow Lane, West Hartford. Appreciate the extra time and appreciate your very long nights for these extended hearings. I'm not against development, but this developer wants this body, this committee, to cast aside the regulated wetlands and upland review areas protection in order to profit from their purchase. Everybody in town knew about the PCBs, knew about the wetlands, and knew about the upland review areas, and that both of these properties contained. Yet the developer bought it anyway, and now wants the rules not to apply to them. This committee has a moral and legal obligation to hold the line at this application for 1700 Asylum as currently proposed and protect the fragile ecosystem of the wetlands, including the URAs, in accordance with West Hartford law. My dad was a long-term planner for a petroleum company, and he was the guy in the room who would say, nah, we shouldn't build this refinery because by the time the refinery is done, it will be obsolete. Didn't make him popular, but it sure saved them a lot of money. And we hope that this committee will recognize that we should be and we can be making decisions thinking for the future, not based upon the past in the rear view. We all agree that this property needs to be improved, but as currently submitted, this is not the solution. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Morgan Hilliard. Ora Perica. All set? Okay. Chris Hennigan. All set? Okay. Charlotte Guerra. Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Sandra's statement was read. Mary Pelletier.
So, with respect to the runoff from the site, I just am not sure that there has been a measuring of the existing runoff from the site where you have a degraded and therefore highly pervious parking lot. And I may have missed all this information having been done. And then a model of the runoff from new buildings and new parking lots that have hardened substrates. And I just think there's a dramatic difference in that. So I don't know, is that information that was already done? And is there storage on site, newly created storage that will keep all of that runoff from like impacting the stream flow heights, the elevations of the, all right. So that, I again, we all, as somebody said, we all are scrambling to better understand all the detailed work that's been done. Okay, so then last but not least, in my work to try to conserve and revitalize nature in our neighborhoods and try to understand what are the values, what are the cultural values that spare that, which were really the values of that very first page of the ordinance that created, or whatever it is, that created this committee, which I read many years ago, and then there's a whole pile of amendments that you all have to apply yourselves to when you make your decisions. But in 1871, Frederick Law Olmsted, he wrote a letter and he described the degradation in the north end of Hartford and how he wrote a letter to Charles Pond, and Charles Pond was then the treasurer of the state of Connecticut, and who later gave Elizabeth Park to the state and to the city of Hartford. And he said that the North End neighborhood had been degraded because they had built too many buildings next to the streams there, and that those buildings, not only did they degrade the stream, but the stream degraded the buildings. And this is what I have found consistently. My training is in architecture and urban design, not engineering, not law, not biodiversity or all this other stuff. But I'm working to understand how do we build nature into our neighborhoods in a high density way. West Hartford has kind of achieved that, but you're increasingly losing the game because you're kind of falling into these patterns where the assumption is that you need to overbuild. And I hope I realize that there's a lot of issues that require you to make certain decisions in a certain way, but I hope you can decline this and ask that this decision is made in relationship to a holistic planning of the site with 1800 and making sure that the developer goes through with the whole scheme and reduces the density on the site. And also the environmental impacts, especially the nightlight pollution from those open parking lots, which even if the light is shining down, they need to at least adhere to dark sky standards in terms of light color.
We need to circle back to
diminishing.
the wetlands.
No, I'm done. That's it. I just want to highlight night light pollution and the opportunities to make sure that they adhere to dark sky standards which are available.
Thank you. All right, so that is the end of the public comment section. Excuse me. So at this point, then, the applicant has the opportunity to come up and to respond to either or both anything from the intervener or from the public.
Hello again. For the record, Matthew Bruton, professional engineer from BL Companies. So I just have a couple statements, obviously just to rebuttal, obviously, the general theme of the public comment that I think will cover most. So just a point for the commission and the public to consider. If this project doesn't move forward, the existing stormwater management system will become more and more irrelevant by the day. The only direct wetland impact that we do have is needed now, regardless of whether the development moves forward or not. That is that washed out outlet that is our only direct wetland impact. There was a lot of comments about this feeling rushed. Just for the record, and obviously I know the town staff knows this, and the commission maybe knows this, this has been 2 years in design. The stormwater improvements as part of this design were submitted months before the guidance document that was being referenced tonight was even published. But still, the design that we have is relevant to control runoff and flooding. In addition to that, I mentioned the CT Deep review. Based on the size of this project, they do require a submission as another set of eyes. Dean mentioned it as well. What I didn't mention, but I'll add now, is the size of this also requires a third-party review before it's even submitted deep. So it's, again, another set of eyes by another professional engineer. There were some comments about the complexity of the engineering and the design. Obviously, there's been extensive review by town engineers through this kind of 2-year process. We also have an as-built system post-construction that would ensure that the design presented tonight would be in compliance what would potentially be approved, to make sure that what was designed and calculated and shown tonight has been built properly and correctly. In addition to that, we do have an operation and maintenance manual for the stormwater management system that was submitted as part of the stormwater management calculations of how the applicant, landowner, developer would need to maintain this system for the life of the system. So those are just my general statements. I'll pass on to other members of our team.
Good evening, Dean Gustafson. Just going to touch on a couple of comments and questions that have been raised by the interveners in public. With respect to concern of tree roots and tree removal in proximity to wetlands and possibly how that may turn into direct wetland impact, just want to kind of talk through the construction sequence that would occur for removal of any of those trees that are close to our well-established limit of disturbance, which is will also coincide with our perimeter controls for E&S. Any of those trees will be assessed to determine whether they can just be stump cut and the roots left in place without grubbing. But if some grading requires some of that stump to be removed, the large excavator will remove the stump and will cut those roots at the limit of disturbance. So there won't be any extension of removal of roots into the wetlands or resulting secondary wetland impacts. And those roots will eventually slowly decompose through natural process and be absorbed as organic matter into the wetland soils within those areas. That's a natural process. That is something that's happening today as trees succumb to disease or wind throw, those roots slowly decompose and turn into organic matter and become part of the soil structure and system. With respect to wildlife, we've followed standardized and industry accepted wetland assessment methodologies that include assessment of wildlife habitat. We've properly characterized those habitats, and we've provided documentation as far as the base data, field data from the start of our wetland investigation. There is extensive notations of the various vegetation and structures within those areas. And we've used that to assess how the project may potentially adversely affect wildlife. This project has obviously gone through a peer review for the town's wetland consultant. They've reviewed our assessment methodologies. We've not received any responses that they felt that those were deficient or that they were insufficient in the characterization of those habitats or how we characterize those impacts. One important point with respect to wildlife, and the agency is very well aware of their ability to evaluate wildlife habitats. Those are focused on impacts to wildlife that would result in a direct physical impact to wetland areas. We have assessed that and determined that The project will not have a deleterious effect on wildlife habitat. There may, as I've discussed through some of your questions and through responses to the interveners, there may be a temporary displacement of that wildlife utilizing these habitats during construction because of the increase in noise and human activity. But when you take into consideration the extensive mitigation that we're doing, that we're enhancing existing wildlife habitat, we're actually creating new wetland areas and wetland habitat, and also significantly enhancing some of that buffer habitat, we'll be promoting higher functions of wildlife utilization, and those will bring in the wildlife that may be temporarily displaced, and will actually probably encourage new wildlife to utilize this new habitat. So we feel that the project is probably addressing any potential wildlife concerns.
And finally, I have a few comments for you before hopefully we're in a position to close out this hearing. But first of all, I think it's fair to say that many of the concerns that have been raised are, not all of them, but some of them, many of them actually, are based on wild speculation. We've heard tonight from our experts, and you've received all of the responding information that our experts have prepared to respond to comments from the staff review, to answer your issues that you've raised before us and questions you've placed before us, and we've made changes to address those issues. At this point, I think we have tried very hard to present information in a way that the public could feel comfortable with what we are proposing, to the extent that there will be, as we've been able to show, no off-site, downstream, deleterious impacts on the neighboring community as with regard to any of those wetland issues that this commission is entitled to consider. We'll leave for another day the issues that I'm sure neighbors will raise regarding traffic and other such impacts of the development. But in terms of what is proposed and what this commission has to consider in reaching its decision, I believe we've shown that there is nothing that we are proposing at this point that will deleteriously impact the wetland resources. We have been asked to slow down this application and to have you consider 1800 at the same time as you consider this particular application. And the basis for doing that was because it was felt that we always intended, and this was assumed to be considered as one application. I'd just like to correct the record and make it clear that when the application was submitted, it was submitted as two separate applications. All of the plan sets were two separate plan sets. The staff reviews that we were required to undergo asked us, in fact, to separate certain aspects of the application because we had commingled some of the stormwater considerations in one analysis that covered both sites. We were specifically asked to divide those. It has been clear that these two sites function separately, and they are meant to be considered separately. And at this point, we are confident that we've been able to demonstrate all that we need to show with regard to the wetland impacts, and ask that the hearing be closed this evening and that the application be allowed to proceed to the next steps, which would be deliberation by this body. This application has undergone extensive reviews and is ready for you to take that next step. There was a claim made that we have not considered feasible and prudent alternatives, in particular, why we could not just shrink this project back with less building on the site. And I know we've said it before during the course of these proceedings, but the intensity of the development on the site itself is not what you are looking at when you decide this application. What is relevant for this agency is whether or not the development that's proposed can be tied to a specific negative impact on the wetland resources. And as we've said, the only direct wetland impact is that 611 square feet of improvement to the existing stormwater outflow into the brook. And that impact is the same whether or not we pull back from that location or we make the improvements that we are proposing. And therefore, there is no feasible and prudent alternative that would better the situation with regard to that particular impact. We also talked about the benefits we were going to be making on the existing wetlands with regard to the mitigation efforts. I've been reminded by our wetland consultant that that is really in professional wetland scientist proceedings or understanding a direct impact itself. But even if it were to be considered as a direct impact, the work that we're going to be doing to restore that wetland, it's still a positive. A prudent and feasible alternative would not be to not do that work. So it overall still remains a direct benefit to the site. So with all of that, I think we feel, unless somebody has any other, we feel we've addressed the comments that have been raised. If you have any other questions for us, we're ready to address them, but we rest our case, if you will, and hope that you'll be in a position where you can proceed to the next step and approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Yeah, so I want to make it clear to the Commission that this is your last opportunity to ask any questions. Once we're closed, we cannot receive any more testimony or evidence, and the record will be closed for deliberation. Okay, does anyone, yep, Ms. Gillette.
This is more for staff. I just wanted to confirm that the materials, the slide materials, et cetera, have been or will be posted on the website so that we can see them, that information is available?
That is correct. Everything that was received up to and through the conclusion of the public hearing will be posted and made available to the public, and will be made available to the Commission when this matter appears on a regular agenda for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
So before we close, I want to, oh, you have a question, go, sorry.
Two small questions. And apologies if this first one is somewhere in the materials, but the 1700 property is a 23.88 or 866 acre piece of land. And I guess how many acres of that is currently paved? And I guess, does the 23.866 acres include the ball fields, or is that?
Matt Bruton for the record. Yes, the 23.8 includes the ball fields, entire parcel, and the current existing impervious on the site, the whole site, is 8.3 acres.
8.3 acres is the current impervious. That's the parking lot. The Yukon parking lot. That's not including
it's the
whatever impervious features may be associated with the ball fields.
No, it's the whole site. Ball fields, parking lot. Anything that's impervious, 8.3 acres.
Okay. So what percentage of that do you think, roughly, is the parking lot?
The majority. I wouldn't want to take a stab at the number. I mean, I'd say, fair. Yeah, it's the majority.
That's fair.
Yeah.
My other question. You guys included a lighting plan, and I appreciate that it's been stated that the light pollution won't go off the parcel. But I'm curious if there's been an analysis, and it's difficult to read the lighting plan, is there any light pollution that's going off into the wetland or wooded buffer zones?
Can I just ask a question? How does that affect the wetlands? How would that affect the wetlands?
Light pollution can affect
That's good.
wildlife habitat.
That's all I need to know. Keep going. Keep going.
That's where I'm going.
Keep going.
That's it.
Good. Okay. All right.
That was a little.
Sorry. No. I was. As you were talking, I think Gina noticed that. I'm gonna let you talk, but.
Yeah, so Matt, for the record, so obviously we did submit a photometric plan, which is usually more of a planning thing, but we do have it. So just for the record, they're full cutoff, dark sky compliant fixtures, which is the standard. That can't be said for the existing fixtures that are out there now, which do throw light, obviously in every which direction. The lights that we do have on the perimeter, are set back, a few feet from the edge of curb. So the light levels are very minimal as it dies off, towards the wetlands, towards the rear. So that's obviously in compliance with mainly planning and zoning regulations, but doesn't, it's a massive improvement from the existing parking lighting that is there, considering we're pulling back from the existing curb line and updating our fixtures to, the new standards.
Mr. Dumais.
If I may add, on sheets C7.022, C7.023.
New plans or old plans?
These are the new plans. Sorry, Mr. Kaplan. This is a very good eye test. However, these are photometric plans, and in each instance, the wetland boundary is depicted along with a representative value, which shows a foot candle illumination level. And there are a few instances, I can read them. There are a few instances where the foot candle values get down to 0.1 or 0.2, but as soon as you get into the wetland boundary area, this plan shows 0 throughout that perimeter boundary. And then it does confirm the lighting is full, dark skies compliant, and cutoff fixtures. But it is, as Mr. Burton characterized, more of a zoning issue, but in this instance, there are wetland implications.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. I have a procedural question for either Mr. Dumais or council. Not that council, that council. So it is possible we deliberate tonight. It is also possible we decide to take some time to consume the new materials and deliberate on another date. If we were to go with the latter option, I just want to make sure that we do it correctly. Obviously, if we were to deliberate tonight, someone would make a motion and we'd start talking. If we are going to consider our deliberation on a future date, the next regular meeting at least would be January 3rd. Would the nature of the motion then be, what would the motion be? I guess I'll just ask it that way. I'm not going to take a stab at it. What would the motion be?
Correct, Mr. Chair. So if any of the members are interested in ruling tonight, then any one of the members would make a motion to approve the application. There'd be a second, you deliberate and render a ruling. Otherwise, it would be appropriate for somebody to move to close the public hearing.
Okay, so then we would close the public hearing. Well, all right, so sorry. We're going to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
boom. So we close the public hearing. Now we're at this place where we're like, we haven't adjourned yet. Things are getting kind of awkward. It's getting late. Does any member of the commission need to make a motion to postpone the deliberations?
No.
No. So then it would be then something that we would put on a future agenda, and we would take it up then.
Right.
Got it.
Just to be sure, Mr. Chair, you could, if you wanted, call for a motion and see if anyone advances such a motion. And then you could adjourn if no one advances a motion.
To deliberate, you mean? Yeah. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to close the hearing. This hearing is closed. So now, at this point in the juncture, does anyone wish to move to consider this matter, or do you, alternately, do you wish to move to adjourn? Actually, before we move to adjourn, is there anything from the staff that we need to know? Any communications?
There are not.
Okay. One of two options. We move to adjourn, or we move to consider the question.
Oh, I move we adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, let me try your minds.
Oh,
What?
I really feel we have material that we received today that I really.
Microphone. Yeah.
We have material we've received today as well as the public input that I think it really takes some more thought and some more study, and it would be a disservice not only to the applicant but to the public and to ourselves to make a decision at this time of night on something this large.
Yes, I agree. Any other further?
Do we have to set it for a particular date?
No, we just answered that question. So it'll be, what will happen then is it'll be added to an agenda when we do make the agenda, and then it will be taken up then.
Was there a second?
We had a motion and we had a second. Yes, so it is on the table. Before we adjourn, I just want to thank everyone, these commissioners, the public, the applicants, everybody who's been involved in this. Has been a long haul. You know, we don't do this. We do this because we care, and I really appreciate everybody being here this entire time. So with that, let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, we are adjourned.
Happy holidays to everybody.
Yes.